Well, good day, everybody. Good day. And I want to say hello to everybody. Hello to. Well, good day, everybody. Good day. And I want to say hello to everybody. Hello to everybody who's joining. Hello to everybody who is joining. Let me just say I have a little. Everybody who's joining. I have a little of a looks like a little connection issue. Where my microphone loops. Connection issue. We are. Where am I? Well, thank you again for joining. I'll try to figure out as we go, but it looks like I have some slight. Thank you again for slight audio issue, but it's okay. It's okay. Nothing is unfigureoutable. We can figure this out. Oh, there we go. I think I got it. Let me just double check. Yes, okay, so the loop is gone. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome to Let's Talk. And if you cannot hear me or you hear me all messed up, just let me know in the chat. But my name is Sergio. And Let's Talk is all about where we just sit down and talk. And I think Friday, Friday evening is a good day just to sit down and let's have a conversation. Yeah, we had a long work week, which is awesome. It's good to work, and I thank God that He made such a concept as work. It's good. It's good, very good actually. So right at the end of work, right before the weekend starts, let's sit down and say, "Hey, what's up? How are you doing?" And today's topic. Jesus is God. If you disagree with that statement, I'd like to talk to you. I'd like to find out why do you disagree? What are some reasons that, what is the perspective that you disagree with that statement? I mean, we see according to the scriptures that Jesus Christ said the things that only God says. We also see, according to the scriptures, that Jesus Christ did the things that only God does. Okay? We also see, according to the scriptures, that it looks like Jesus has all authority, all power. So, from every aspect that we look at, it points to that Jesus is God. But if we also look according to the scriptures, according to the prophets of the Old Testament, we see how they are presenting the coming of the Messiah, and they are actually saying that Messiah will be, well, divine. Because that Messiah that's supposed to come, they're aligning him with Yahweh. So far, according to the scriptures, we have so much evidence, so much proof that Jesus is God. There are a lot of people out there that believe that Jesus is God. But there are also people out there that simply do not believe and do not agree with the fact that Jesus is God. You know, this is what I personally believe, okay? This is my personal belief. I actually do believe in such a phrase as my body, my choice. I believe in that phrase. Why? Because that phrase, technically speaking, to make it simple, is exactly the same thing as you're saying that God has given me free will to choose what to believe and what to reject. It's fair to say, I would say. It's fair to say. So, it's fair to say that, all of us have free will and we can choose. I forgot to let you guys know that I forgot to pin down the link that will take you to the studio room where we can have a conversation. So just allow me to do this, but while I'm doing this, press the like button. Hit that like button. Just a reminder, hit that like button Why? Because you're actually helping for this live stream to spread. Your like actually helps the live stream to spread, and more people will be jumping on, and more people will be conversating with us. So let me, while I do one last thing here, and then we'll jump right into it. Let's see here, this right here. How was your work week, by the way? Hard times at work, easier times at work. How was it? How was it? Mine, to be honest with you, sometimes it's a slower week, sometimes it's a busier week. And this week was a little bit on, it wasn't on the slower side, it was more like an average week. If to be honest with you. But one of the things that kept me busy this week is trying to figure out how we can also stream to TikTok. And guess what? We finally figured out how to stream to TikTok. So TikTok viewers, you are welcome to join as well. And we have Just a Man in the studio room. Hey, Just a Man, thank you so much for coming back. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll bring you up to the stage soon. Just give me a moment, because let me just be done with my comments and all the pins to the comment section, and then I'll bring you up on stage. Okay. And one more thing. Okay. Okay, great. So before we jump in, let's pray, and then we'll jump right into the conversations. Almighty God, thank you so much for you in our lives, always, every single day, Lord. Thank you so much for you in our lives, because you are truly, truly good. And I really appreciate you, Lord. I really appreciate that you are that true peace that we long for, and you fill us with it. You are that true joy that you fill us with as well, Lord, and you are that gladness of heart and calmness on the inside. You are the wisdom, and you are truly wonderful and good. Thank you so much for Jesus. Thank you so much for what Jesus has done on the cross. I really deeply appreciate this, Lord. All because of what Jesus has done on the cross, we can truly be forgiven from all of our sin. We can truly no longer need to experience and be under guilt and shame, all because of what Jesus has done on the cross. Really appreciate that. And thank you for rising him from the dead, displaying this awesome show of power, that you are truly the all-powerful, almighty one, and no one can challenge you. Thank you. And thank you for your wonderful promise that you have left us, your followers, with, that as you have arisen Jesus from the dead, so will you arise us from the dead. Thank you. And we will eternally be with you. And I really appreciate this as well. Lord, bless the live stream today. Bless the conversations. Bless the engagements. Bless, I pray. Bless the viewers. Just bless. Give me wisdom in order to understand what people are saying, and give me wisdom in order to, well, properly respond back. You do know, Lord, that I need your help. And without you, I'm doomed. But with you, I can be bold and courageous. Not because of me, but all because of you. So thank you so much for who you are, over and over and over again. Blessed be your name, in the almighty name of Jesus. God is good, guys. God is good. Okay, so if you got a question or claim, put it in the comments. Or if you want to talk, then there's going to be a link in the pinned comment. Click on the link, it'll take you to the studio room, and then I'll add you to the stage. Okay, so let's see here. Let me just get right into this. Just a Man is back. Just a minute, give me a moment while I'll bring you to the stage. Give me a moment, bro. Let's see here. I have changed a few things around. So last time on Monday when we did the live stream, we had troll that was literally bugging our live stream. So I changed a few things around where hopefully that troll will not be able to disturb us anymore. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Okay, just a man. How are you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear me, but hold on a second. It looks like my
Can you hear me?
thing is not set yet. Give me a moment. Come on, swap. There we go. Okay, so let's try again. How are you doing?
Good, how are you? Can you hear
Oh,
me?
awesome, bro. Yeah, I can hear it. It's just my Bluetooth.
Okay.
It looks like wasn't connected in
Okay.
on the right channel. How are you doing? Everything's good?
Good, yes. Can you hear me right now?
Yes, sir. Yes, all is good.
Okay, perfect. I just want to say, first of all, I really respect the way how you did the prayer in the beginning of that video. I don't think I've seen you do that before, so respectfully, can I also make a prayer for me? I want to ask the God bless this stream and bless us from His wisdom and His knowledge. Can you give me like 30 seconds, 10 seconds so I can also make a prayer? Like 30 seconds and it should be done.
Yeah, that's fine.
Perfect. Okay. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا رسول الله وأشهد أن عيسى ابن مريم رسول الله. Ya Allah, O God, Ya Allah, increase the barakah, increase the blessings in this stream. May God allow us to increase the knowledge, increase the wisdom in this live stream and gain knowledge, and make this live stream earn a lot of views and go viral where people can learn wisdom and the truth. And may Allah make us and make the people that are streaming in this call have respect and have brotherhood and increase the barakah. Ameen Ya Rabbil Alameen. So, yeah, just wanted to ask, do the same thing as you did. I really respect the way how you were asking God just for blessings. You asked how for him to ask for you asked for wisdom and you asked that he may increase us in knowledge. It shows that you are a man that wants to learn, same as me. It shows that you are not like you don't have an ego, you think something of yourself. So I really respect you for that, and I am the same thing as you. I want to ask God that He may bless us in the same knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So yes. I also wanted to. Can the people see me? I don't have my camera on. Can they see me or no?
No, the camera is deleted. There's no camera turned on at all.
Okay, so you can't put the camera on.
I can, but sometimes people display such things that I had to just completely disable it because especially on Monday, if camera would be enabled, then we would have a lot of just perverted stuff showing on the screen.
I'm not gonna have my camera turned on, maybe like 2 minutes. I want my friends to join in, and I want the people to know that there's two people talking, not just you. You know how it shows that if someone has his camera off, it shows that the character, it's like there's someone there. I just want people to know that there's a guy, his name is just a man, and there's also another guy. When my friend joins, too. If you can also get my friend in, his name is Muslim. He's a very good friend of mine.
His name, okay, I have him in the panel too.
Yeah, his name is Muslim. If you get him in.
Let me see if I can enable your camera. Give me a moment. I'm not sure if I can because of the settings that I already have applied.
No problem. I mean, I have my camera on. Yeah, you can pull me on. No problem. Yep.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so I see now. Okay, there we go. It's been enabled. Okay, let me bring Muslim to the to our hangout too. Give me a moment here.
and I won't have my camera on for a long time. I just wanna let the viewers and the people know that this like there's more than one people talking. I'm like there's a Muslim and there's just a man. There's also a Serge. So
Yeah,
more than
Muslim. Well, your camera is extremely dark. I mean, I can only see just a hand. Muslim left, but hold on a second. Okay, so he's back. Let me bring him to the panel. Give me a
all right.
moment here. Muslim, I have added you to our panel. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Everybody can
Okay.
hear. Yes, awesome.
Okay, so how
Before
are
I
you
just
doing today,
wanna
brother?
right. Hey Muslim,
Mhm.
so basically that's my friend, Serge, and hey Serge, this is my brother. I can't say his name because he just likes to be called Muslim because Muslim means the word submit to God, and we all believe that we submit to God, and that's how we should be. So basically, I just got him on here so like we can talk to you about what you wanna like the questions that you had about Islam, and also the Jesus and Jesus as God and Jesus Son of God and all these conflicts that we
Okay,
should be that should be talked about. So
just a
yeah,
minute. Do you want to go over the hadiths from last time, or do you just want to engage
yeah.
in today's
So
topic?
no. I do want
Oh,
to go over all the hadiths, and I also want to go over the topic. But I'm just coming on here because I want to more of like learn from both of you. I would like to watch. I'm not gonna be here on for a while, but I'm just telling you. Like I told my friend what his Muslim. I told my friend that like talk to my guy Serge. He just wants to know some stuff. So
Awesome,
um
awesome. Okay,
yeah.
so
So
let's.
Muslim. Last Friday I got on the call with Serge, and he showed me some hadith. So I want you to like to see the hadith and like explain to Serge. Maybe he wants to learn.
Okay, well, let's start then with today's topic, and then we'll jump into the hadiths right after that. If you don't,
okay. And
Inshallah.
you're cool with that?
yeah, and is today's topic Jesus is God? The thing you
Yes.
had on there?
Yes,
Okay.
Jesus is God. This is basically the claim
Okay.
that I'm making. Do you agree with this claim?
No, I disagree.
Okay, and what makes you say that?
What makes me say that is that God does not die. Can I ask you a question?
Sure, of course.
Do you believe God dies?
The spirit, no. The flesh, sure.
Okay, so do our spirits die?
Our spirit, yeah. So what kills a spirit is sin. Since we have sinned, sure, and our flesh is gonna die too. But has Jesus sinned?
Has Jesus
Uh huh. Yes, has Jesus sinned?
I don't know if it cut off there for a second, but you're saying sin is what causes someone to die, so Jesus did not die?
Yes. So basically, according to the scriptures, right from the beginning, God said to Adam and Eve, "The punishment for sin is death. So the day you will eat of this fruit, you shall surely die." And as we can see also according to Quran, Allah has made Adam in paradise, and when Adam disobeyed Allah, that's when he was sent to earth. So basically, in paradise, he would not die, but when he was sent to earth, he was able to die.
So Adam actually seeks forgiveness and Allah forgives him and then Allah sends him to earth, right? But um you're saying that Jesus did not die.
Yes, because he has committed no sin according to the scriptures, and also according to Islam. He has committed no sin, and because he committed no sin, his spirit can never die.
Spirits don't die.
Well, our spirit is dead because we sinned against God. We cannot we cannot
So
live forever. Where
can you
we were made to live forever from the beginning, but since we have sinned, we can no longer live forever.
can you define death?
Uh, Death. Can I define death?
Yeah.
Well, it's opposite of life. How can I define death? Well, so if it's a spiritual death, then it points more to a separation from God. If it's a physical
Mm-hmm.
death, then it points to where flesh just gets annihilated and it no longer is able to operate.
Okay, so you're saying by God does not die, that means that God can die, but he just can't sin.
No. The flesh. It means that flesh can die,
Mm-hmm.
whether a person sinned or not. Flesh is made in such a way that it can easily die, and also spirit is made in a way
Yeah, flesh
where
doesn't. Yeah,
it
flesh
can die
doesn't
if you
die.
sin.
Yeah, flesh doesn't die. Flesh decays, but flesh itself has no uh autonomy. It cannot die. Flesh decays after death, but how if flesh dies, then what is death?
Death is in essence it's a separation. What is it? Spirit from the body.
Froze.
If you
Okay, it
remove the, I
froze up.
guess, energy source, that's when the flesh is gone.
Okay, my bad. It froze up for a second. What did you say?
So death in how you're saying then, death is a separation of a spirit from the body. So spirit is the
Okay.
source of energy. The second you separate the source of energy from the body, it's dead.
Okay, that's I understand. Now, I have one verse. Could we go to First Timothy 6 and then verses 15 and 16?
Mm-hmm. Let me just bring this to the screen. First Timothy. So letters to Paul, huh? Letters of Paul. I'm sorry. Okay, so First Timothy. What was the chapter?
Okay, I could hear you again now.
Okay, so what was the chapter in Timothy?
6
6.
and then verses 15 and 16.
Okay, so this says, which he will manifest in his own time. He who is blessed and holy, potente, the King of kings and the Lord of lords, who alone has immortality, dwelling in approachable light, whom no man has seen nor or can see, to whom be
Okay.
honor and everlasting power. Amen.
Okay. So, what does immortality mean?
Immortality that the person cannot die.
Okay. So his soul cannot be separated from his body.
His soul cannot be separated from his body. Um,
Yes. Isn't that how we just defined death?
yes, that's how we define death. If you are in flesh.
Okay. So, immortality means that his soul cannot separate from his body.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Jesus' soul separate from his body?
Jesus' soul, yes. So Jesus, he released his spirit, and it separated, and flesh died.
No. Okay, but the body, you agree that a body can't separate its soul from body because a body by itself is just a body. It doesn't contain both. The only thing that contains both for death to happen is a person. Is correct?
I'm sorry. Repeat that again. I didn't really fully
Okay.
catch it.
Okay, so a body itself doesn't also contain a soul. Just body by itself, just flesh doesn't contain a soul. It's the person who contains the flesh and the soul, right?
Um, I would say the person is a spirit. I wouldn't point a person to a body. A body is just a tent that houses a spirit.
Okay, and death is the separation of that tent from the spirit.
Yes, spirit from the tent. Yes.
Okay, okay. Jesus is a person,
Mm-hmm.
correct? And that person, they separated from that tent,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, on the cross.
So then that person is God, right? The person who died.
Okay.
Is that correct? The person is God who died.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
But the
Okay.
death that he died again is separating of spirit from the flesh. That's the type of death we're talking about.
Is all of our deaths are separating spirit from flesh. That's how we all die.
If
Right.
one is in flesh, then yes, that's the type of death that we're talking about.
Are we all in flesh?
Well, yeah, all human beings, sure.
Okay, so this is how we all die. So the person of Jesus, who was God, according to you, he did die, as in the definition we're using. And this verse right here says he alone who has immortality. And you said immortality means that he cannot die.
This right here, yes, at the time when Paul was writing, Jesus had full immortality and can no longer die again, because he defeated death by rising from the dead.
So what is the meaning of immortality if at some point he can die? For example, can I just say I'm immortal until I die?
Um, you are immortal until you die.
Yeah,
Well,
because you're saying he was immortal and then he became mortal.
okay, so so if you want to go over, like, let's say the process, then Jesus, he did not have flesh in the beginning. So basically he is a spirit, he cannot die, because spiritual death is separation from God. So he cannot die. Then he takes on a flesh, and when he takes on a flesh, because flesh is designed to die, when there's a separation of when spirit leaves the flesh now is able to die. Since Jesus separated from the flesh, Jesus's flesh, technically speaking, died. But then because Jesus arose from the dead,
The flesh
now
doesn't die.
okay, decays according to what you're saying. But when Jesus came back, when his spirit came back into the flesh, and he arose from the dead, from the decay, from the grave, when he arose from the grave, now he beat death. And from this point on, yes, him being in flesh, he can no longer die because he defeated death.
Is there any point in him resurrecting or any meaning to him resurrecting if he did not truly die or experience death?
Well,
Or is resurrecting just means he never really died, he was just alive the whole time, and it is just pointless?
well, he did die because his spirit did separate from the flesh.
Okay, so he did die, and then this verse right here, he said, who alone has immortality.
Yes.
And what is the meaning of immortality?
Okay, so when did Paul write this to Timothy? After resurrection or before resurrection?
And before Christ Jesus, who was not sure.
Okay, so I mean Paul came to believe after Jesus rose from the dead and went to the Father. And then Jesus appeared to Saul on the way to Damascus. So basically this right here is after resurrection. And Paul is telling to Timothy that Jesus alone has immortality. Yes, that is 100% true, because during the time when Paul was writing this, Jesus is unkillable.
Okay, so this is just during that time, just after the resurrection.
That's how I would read it. Yes, because he's writing this after the resurrection.
Okay, so could we pull up this verse from the Old Testament? It's Habakkuk, I think that's how you pronounce it. 1:12. 1 verse 112.
What was the chapter? Chapter 1, verse 12? Muslim.
Yeah, I could hear you again now.
Okay, it was it chapter
Uh,
1 verse 12?
yeah, verse 12. Verse 112, 112, my bad.
Let me just check the. Okay, so chapter 1 verse 12 says this.
Verse 112.
There's no 112.
Is this Habakkuk? That's
Yeah.
what it's called?
Yeah, Habakkuk chapter 1. There's only 17 verses in the chapter. But I think you are referring to chapter 1 verse 12 because it says this.
Oh yeah, it had the two dots and I couldn't see it. Yeah, it is verse 12.
Okay, so it says this: Are you not from everlasting, O Lord my God, my Holy One? We shall not die, O Lord. You have appointed them for judgment,
Now
O
I can
rock.
hear
You
you.
have marked them for correction. So you're probably referring to, are you not from everlasting, right?
That could be one, but this part that says we shall not die right here. If you look in the New English version, I'm not which verse, which kind of Bible is this?
This is NKJV.
Okay. In the New English version, then it says that you shall not die. And then the Jewish commentators and a lot of the Christian commentators, they say that this was changed to we out of reverence, right? Because they didn't want to associate God with death in the same verse, right? So I could maybe pull up the reference for that as well. So the Jewish commentators on this, they say that was changed, right, from you to we, because they didn't want to put God and die in the same thing, because it's already known that God's immortal,
Mm-hmm.
right? So could we pull this up and let me see if it's
I have it. I have it right now on my screen in NIV, New International Version, and it says, "You will never die." Exactly what you're saying.
okay, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So it says you shall not die, correct?
Yeah, you will
You
never die.
will never die.
Mhm.
Okay. So if it says you will never die, and it's speaking to Yahweh, speaking to God,
Mhm.
right? And Jesus, the Father, the Holy Spirit, they're all one,
Mhm.
right? This would be speaking to Jesus, the creator of all things, the writer of the Old Testament, because they're all one. Would that be correct?
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay. Okay. So how could it be that Jesus will never die if he died?
Well, again, when the writer, when Habakkuk was writing this, Jesus was spirit. He was the Word. He did not have flesh. So basically, the death, die. You will never die. It points to the spiritual death, and Jesus never spiritually died because he never sinned.
So this is, you're saying, referring to spiritual death only.
Yes, this
Is
right here
there
is spiritual death, and
is there any
flesh can die. Flesh can die, but it doesn't mean the spirit is dead. Now, if the spirit is not dead, then the person is not dead. His flesh is
no,
just dead.
do any of our spirits experience death, or do all of our spirits continue to live?
All of our spirits, they have experienced death because we have sinned. And in essence, spiritual death is a separation from a God. And
Is there
separation
any
from God is
evidence
separation from everlasting life.
is there any evidence that this is speaking of spiritual death? Because this seems very ad hoc.
Yeah, I mean it if you understand the time when he was writing and what he was referring to, then yeah, I mean Jesus was not in flesh when Habakkuk was writing this.
Okay, so the reason I know it's not that is because it starts the verses by saying, Lord, are you not everlasting? My God, my Holy One, you will never die.
Yeah, that's true.
So isn't that clearly the context of him being everlasting?
Yes, he is everlasting. But again, this if you were to look at the time when Habakkuk was writing this, Jesus did not have a flesh. So basically, Habakkuk could not point to a separation of spirit from the flesh. That's not type of. It's not that type of death. Now, if he was not in the flesh during the time when he was writing this, then he must refer to a spiritual death, and spiritual death again is separation from God.
Okay, so God is saying that he will never be separate from himself.
Yes, one of the persons of the Trinity will never be separated from another one.
Okay, so then which one? Because you said separation from God, but that's also God, right? So which God are we talking about now? Because you said separation from God, but now you're saying that separation of the persons of the Trinity. So then which one of them is God?
God is an essence. God is
Yeah.
not a person; it's an essence, and
Okay.
a person can have an essence of God. So
Okay.
so now in this case, if I were to take my God, okay, so if I were to take that God word and split it into Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Spirit, then and look only at that aspect, then this means that the Son will never be separated from the Father, the Spirit will never be separated from the Son or the Father. There will never be a separation.
So this verse, Lord, are you not my everlasting, my God, my Holy One? You will never die. It means that because you're saying the Father alone is not the whole of God, neither is the Holy Spirit. It's all of them that is this God,
Yes,
right?
correct. Yes, correct.
Okay, so you will never die as Jesus will never leave the Trinity, or God will never. Well, this is not necessarily just referring to Jesus either. It just says God, right? So yeah, I just threw Jesus in there, but it's saying God will never separate from himself.
The one person of the Trinity will never separate from another one.
If he separated from another one, wouldn't they still be God?
No, because the only thing that can separate is, let's say, if the Son was to sin, then that sin would separate the Son from the Father. Now, the punishment for sin is death. If Jesus separated from the Father and now is on and his spirit has died, he's no longer God. But at the same time, this what I described can never happen because Jesus is under perfect obedience to the Father.
So it's impossible for that to happen.
It's impossible because of perfect obedience.
Okay, then what would be the point in saying this?
It will that God is everlasting, and He will never cease to exist.
And that he will never separate from his own self.
He'll never cease to exist.
Well, death is not ceasing to exist because we all die. None of us cease to exist.
Okay, He will never be separated from. Yes, my God, my Holy One, you will never die. So if you were to break down my God, then yes, one person will never be separated from another one. Why? Because they're everlasting, all three of them, and because of perfect obedience, one will never sin.
Okay, so one of them could individually be completely God, because how could it be separation from God if only two of them is not the complete God? You get what I'm saying?
No, look, all
So,
of them they have the essence of God. It's not like if you remove one, God is incomplete. That's not the fact. The fact is the three persons are within the same essence. within the same
Who is
existence.
being addressed here where it says, my God, my Holy One, Lord? Who is being addressed?
Well, if I say God, I usually refer to all three at the same time. So that's
Okay.
kind of how it is.
Okay, so if we continue on reading that way, then my God, all three of them at the same time, and my Holy One, you will never die, is that you, all three of them, will not separate from themselves.
Yes, because there will never be sin.
Okay, so, and somebody who does not sin is God.
No. You need to have an essence. You need to have an essence of God in order to be God. Because angels, what is it? Two-thirds of the angels, they haven't sinned as well, but they don't have essence of God. They have angelic essence.
Some of the angels have sinned.
Well, I know, and they have fallen. Now they are separated from God.
What? So, okay. So they died.
Yes, in a separation from God. So death is separation. If we're referring death to the flesh, it's a spirit separating from the flesh. If we are referring death to a spiritual realm, it's separation from God, from the everlasting source.
So you're saying that God being immortal doesn't mean he will never die. You're only saying it means he won't sin.
God being immortal, he will never die. Spiritual, yes. Fleshly, separation from the flesh, he will die because he can't separate from the flesh. But
Okay.
it doesn't mean that his spirit is dead.
None of our spirits die.
Well,
You know.
separated from God. Let me put it in that way then. Separated from God. Whenever I say his spirit is dead, I mean separated from God. If I say flesh died, I mean spirit is separated from
the
flesh.
body.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're saying that whenever it mentions God being everlasting and immortal, then the only thing it's saying is that God will not separate from himself.
One person will not separate from the other.
Okay. Is there any kind of Jewish or even Christian commentators that interpret these verses that way? I'm not speaking of the other verse where it says death is who does sin shall be the punishment is death. And another thing is, if what is the evidence that you're using to say that about this spiritual death? Because the punishment is death is a evidence that sin is not death. Because how could the punishment for the thing that you're doing be death? How could the punishment for death be death?
Yes, sin is sin, but sin causes death to happen.
Okay, is there? I'm not. I don't even know this myself. Is there actually a verse that says that about this sin is spiritual death?
Yeah. Here, this is the very first. This is the very first time we see this concept, right? I think it's in Genesis 2. Let me see here real quick. It should be in Genesis 2. Okay, yeah, it's Genesis 2, verse 15. Well, 16 to be precise, but let's start with 15. The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it. And the Lord God commanded the man, you are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. For when you eat from it, you will certainly die. Okay, so when you will eat from it, you will certainly die. So this is what NAV says. NKJV says a little easier to understand. For in the day that you will eat of it, you shall surely die. So basically, the second a person consumes from that tree, there will be an instant death. Okay, if we then go to Genesis 3, Genesis 3. So this is where they consumed in the beginning of the chapter. If you want to read, the snake tricked Eve, and they ate of the fruit of that fruit. Then God comes to them here. He speaks to, and they were afraid of God because of death. So he speaks. He pronounces the curse right here. He pronounces the curse. He's pronouncing the curse. And then God, look what God did. Also, let's start from verse 21. Also, for Adam and his wife, the Lord God made tunics of skin and clothed them. So he makes them clothes, and he puts clothes on Adam and Eve. Then Lord God said, Behold, the man has become like one of us, to know good and evil. And now lest he put out his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. So something already died, because God right now is about to guard the tree of life so that they will not live forever again. Therefore the Lord God sent him out of the Garden of Eden to tilt the ground from which he was taken. And right here we see how God did not kill their physical flesh, but he actually kicked them out. But in Genesis 2, he said, In the day you will eat of it, you shall surely die. So something died, and that what something has died, it's right here again. And now lest he put his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Now, spirit, yes, lives forever. So God was literally protecting that tree so that Adam would not consume of the tree and his spirit be brought back to life, and Adam would have an everlasting life again. So sin right here actually killed not the physical flesh. The physical flesh decayed years after, but sin killed here spirit, and they lost everlasting life.
Okay. So do any of the Jewish commentators, do any of them interpret this verse meaning that it's just the spiritual death?
To be honest with you, I do not know, because I haven't really looked into the Jewish commentators and how this is interpreted. I can look it up if you like, but I do not know off the top of my head. But let's say if we read the context, then we try to understand this. It doesn't point to a physical death. Why? Because they walked out of the garden. If they would physically die, then they will not be able to walk out of the garden. But since they walked out, and they still died, so it points to some other death that happened. And the death is, again, it's the spiritual death, separation from God.
Okay. So what is the evidence in that verse where it says you shall not die in the Old Testament that this is not referring to any death at all? That, because from the plain reading of the text, you shall not die just means you will not die. So is there any evidence to the claim that this is referring to the spiritual death only and not referring to the separation of body and spirit?
Yes, it all depends on the time it was written. The time it was written, again, Jesus, being God, being the essence of God, he did not have flesh at that time. So the death in that verse in Habakkuk, it cannot point to physical death. It simply can't.
Yeah, but it says you will never die.
And also, if I were to continue to expound on it, if flesh dies and the spirit is alive, the person is still alive. The person still has everlasting life. So the person is not dead, like the spirit is not dead. So even though flesh dies, so like in Jesus' case, Jesus has never committed sin. So Jesus, he has everlasting life. What kills everlasting life is sin. Since Jesus never committed sin, he has everlasting life. Now, if a physical fleshly death happens, where spirit separates from the flesh, it does not mean that Jesus is actually dead. Why? Because his spirit still has everlasting life. So
Don't
from
our
a
spirits have everlasting life?
no, no, my spirit doesn't have
They will not.
everlasting life because I've sinned. I have been separated from God. Without Christ, I'm separated from God because I've sinned.
No, but do you believe you have Christ?
Yes, with Christ, he removed
Okay.
sin. He removed that thing that separates my spirit from God, and my spirit has been
Okay.
born again.
Okay, so now you have everlasting life just like God does.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so your immortality is the same as God's.
Um, yes, according to his promises, yes.
Okay, so are you God?
No, of course not.
Okay,
Because
but
look,
you and
I,
him have the same immortality now.
because my spirit is alive. Yes, I have immortality, but the thing is, I'm not everlasting. So I don't meet the criteria to be God. I'm not everlasting. I came into existence.
But if you came into existence.
Hmm.
Hello?
Yeah. I came
Yeah.
into existence. Yeah.
Okay, so you came into existence, but we were defining death as the spiritual one,
Yes, and you
right?
and you told me if I'm God, and I'm saying no. Even though my spirit is alive, and technically speaking, I have immortality, that does not make me God because I don't have one of the attributes or definitions of God. One of the definitions of God is everlasting. I'm not everlasting. I
Oh,
came into existence. I had a starting point, and God doesn't.
okay, so God doesn't have a starting point, and you have a starting point.
Yes, so that's why I can never be God.
Was this starting point by you being begotten?
Um, yeah. I guess
Okay.
my spirit came into flesh when I was in Mama's womb, and that's when God has
Okay.
created my spirit. That's what I think.
Okay. So was Jesus begotten?
Um, Jesus, yeah, he was begotten.
Okay. So when you were begotten, you came into existence.
Mm-hmm.
And when Jesus was begotten, he did what?
So the meaning of begotten is to come
Mhm.
forth from. So me, I was
Okay.
begotten. I came forth from my mama. Jesus is
Mhm.
begotten. He came forth from his father,
Okay.
and
So
he's
he was
eternally
created.
begotten.
So what does that mean?
Uh, it's so. Here's one of the examples that early church fathers like to use in order to explain this concept of begotten. Um, sun. Sun outputs light, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, okay, so will sun still be sun if it stops outputting light?
Yes.
It, how will it be still sun if it no longer does what it's made to do?
The sun's a star. It'd still be the same star. We just linguistically wouldn't refer to it as the sun anymore, but it'd be the same thing. We just wouldn't call it that. Wouldn't call it what we usually call it. It'd still be the same thing. Like for example, I'm a Middle Eastern man. You know, if somehow I could transform and not be Middle Eastern, yet the same human, people wouldn't refer to me as Middle Eastern, but I'm still somehow the same person. So the sun, for example, if it's without the lights, we'd call it something different. So the name would change, but what it is would still be the same object we were referring to before.
Okay. Well, mm, okay. Let me just
Let's
go.
continue. Let's just
Yeah.
grant it. It's
Let me
yeah.
just go past the point
Let me just grant it. Yeah.
because the I guess I shouldn't ask that question. Let me just continue on with an example. Okay. So now the sun, it outputs light, and 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, however much ago, the sun always outputted light. So now, what if the sun was everlasting? Would it output light everlasting?
Nomologically, like realistically, no, it would probably burn out at some point. But for your analogy, I could say yes.
So like,
Because yeah.
yeah. So I mean, the sun like, let's say if the sun is everlasting, and the primary definition of the sun is output light. So now, if the sun was created, from the point it was created, it started to output light. But let's say if the sun was everlasting, it would always output light. And this aspect of outputting light is actually coming from, or forth from, because light comes forth from the sun. So if the sun is everlasting, it would everlastingly be, in a way, begotten light. If I hope that makes sense, if making clear. So you can apply this analogy to the Father and the Son. The Son according to here, the Son according to John chapter 1 verse 18, I believe. Let's see here. Yeah, verse 18. This is what it says. No one has seen God at any time. The only begotten Son, who is in the bosom of the Father, he has declared him. So no one has ever seen God at any time. So the only begotten Son, who is in the bosom of the Father. Okay, so where's the location of the Son? He's in the bosom of the Father. If the Father is everlasting and the Son is in the bosom of the Father, that makes the Son also everlasting, because he's of the same essence, and he is always in the bosom of the Father. And it's interesting how it says here as well, who is. It doesn't specify was. It specifies is, as in present term.
So if he is always in the bosom of the Father, how can he be coming forth at the same time as being in the bosom? Wouldn't that be a contradiction?
No, because the Son is in the bosom of the Father, and the Son also comes forth from the Father. Another analogy that I like to use in order to simplify this concept is, would you agree with the fact that everything that we speak, it comes from our heart?
Everything? No. You could say hateful words that you don't really mean from the heart, or you could just say, like, words right now, I wouldn't say necessarily they're coming from the heart, but they may be, like, from the brain.
Okay, well, anyways, let me just go along with an analogy. But let's say, well, according to the scriptures, what Jesus said, that all the behaviors that come out of us, the words that come out of us, they come from the heart itself. That's basically according to the scriptures. So now, heart is the main object. Words is what comes out of the heart. And we also see that Jesus is the Word of God. Okay, so if it's the Word of God, then and also the Father is the main object, what that means, the Father is the heart, Jesus is the Word of God. So the Word is always in the heart, and then whenever the heart is ready to speak, it releases, it begets the Word.
So I guess every analogy is going to have its issues, because the words are created, they're thought of, and then after they're thought of, then they're spoken out, maybe using the heart, if Jesus had said so. But these would be created words that they're created and then going, in the mind, go in the heart, and then they go out the mouth.
But we're talking about God, though. Because you would agree that, let's say, the Word of Allah is eternal, right?
The Word of Allah is Yeah, his words are eternal.
Yes. So we're talking about God. We're not talking about human beings. So if yes, human beings' words are created, but because God is everlasting, everything that comes from Him is everlasting. The words that come from Him is everlasting as well.
Okay, so that his words are everlasting.
Yes, correct.
Okay, I get what you're saying. And with the sun analogy, the rays of the sun, the rays of the sun depend on the sun. The sun does not depend on its rays.
Hmm.
So would you say that Jesus depends on the Father, but the Father does not depend on Jesus?
Well, in order for a father to be a father, he does depend on the son. He needs to have a son. In order for a son to be a son, he does depend on the father. He needs to have a father. So it's mutual dependence. That's why
So
one cannot
yeah.
separate them from each other. You cannot
Now
separate the light
this,
from the sun.
what necessitates that he needs to be a father though, to be
Having a
God?
son. Well, we're talking about it doesn't not from that end. So the person of the father is a father because he has a son. So
Is it an essential attribute of God to have a son
is it an essential attribute of God to have a son?
or to be a
No,
father?
no. It's I don't think it is. Honestly speaking, I don't think it is. But it is essential in order to be called a father.
Okay, so that's just how it happened to be. So in another possible world, God could have not had a son.
I mean, if he chose in that way, then sure.
Okay, so it's not essential that he has a son, but he chose to have a son.
It's not essential. I don't think it's essential for God to be God. Uh,
Hmm.
so so I don't think that God is defined as God if he has a son. I don't think that. I don't think that son aspect goes under the definition of God itself. The son aspect, I think it goes more towards a person, not an essence. Because like
So
let's
there
say
is
Jesus is the son. If the son, if having a son is essential to be God, who's the son of Jesus?
exactly right. I agree. So it's not essential to being God, right? So if it's not essential, then it's hypostatic.
Okay.
It's a hypostatic property. It didn't have to happen. So if it didn't have to happen, then it could be possible that God doesn't have a son.
It could be possible if God would reveal himself to us as that.
Okay, okay. So it's not an essential property, it's a hypostatic property.
Okay.
Okay, okay. So really, if I get to the Bible, one of my main things on the actual scripture, because this is getting into like modal logic and stuff, is Mark 10:18. I'm sure you probably hear this verse.
You broke up for a bit. Mark 10:18, and you said, "I'm sure you hear this verse," and then you stopped.
Okay, Mark 10:18. Okay, so uh, Jesus said to him, "Why?" And you can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, just making sure. And I'll read in context too.
Hmm.
Now, as he was going on the road, one came running. He knelt before him and asked him, "Good teacher, what shall I do that I may inherit an eternal life?" So Jesus said to him, "Why do you call me good? No one is good no one is good but one, that is God. You know the commandments. Do you not commit adultery? Do you not murder? Or do not murder? Do not steal. Do not bear false witness. Do not defraud. Honor your father and mother. And he answered and said to him, Teacher, all things I have kept from my youth. Then Jesus looked at him, loved him, and said to him, One thing you lack, go your way, sell whatever you have, give to the poor. You will have treasure in heaven. Come, take up the cross and follow me. But he was sad at this world and went away sorrowful, for he had great possessions.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jesus brings a beautiful, a beautiful lesson there. But why do you call me good? No one is good but one, that is God.
Mm-hmm.
So he's clearly saying here he's not God.
Well, where do you see that? Because, like, let's say if I were to break this down, so why do you
Yeah.
call me good? Is this question negating that Jesus is not God?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Okay. No one is good but one, that is God. Does this statement negating that Jesus is not God?
With the first one, yes. Only with the first one, then yes. So by itself, no. But with the first statement, yes. Why do you call me good? No one is good but one, that is God. So those two together would be negating being God.
I don't see it as that. I see this as just a plain question. And the second thing is a claim that is true. But like,
So,
let's say if I were to
yes.
break down the rest of this passage, especially in the end, it actually shows that Jesus is God.
So he wouldn't contradict himself in the statement. So we'd still have to see what, each statement means. Each statement will have to make sense. If it's the infallible word of God, then we got to make sense out of what I guess each thing is saying, right? So
Mm-hmm.
why do you, if I were to tell you, if you called me Bart, and I said, and there was no one else on earth named Bart, I guess, right? You said, and I told you, why do you call me Bart? No one is Bart. It sounds funny. No one is Bart, but Bart. You know what I mean? And you would take the assumption on my plain wording that I'm not Bart. You know what I mean? We're talking about Bart, which is a different person.
I see your point. I see your point, but if I were to read the whole context, this part right
Yeah.
here actually answers why Jesus said this. Like let's say here, now he was going out on the road. One came running, knelt before him. So a person, look, knelt before him. So he's bowing down to Jesus, and asked him, "Good teacher, what shall I do to inherit eternal life?" So, okay, so he's calling him good. Good. Jesus is saying no one is good but one God. Okay, so this guy is calling him good. What Jesus is doing, if you were to go over the Gospels and carefully observe how Jesus is questioning people, how he is talking to people, at first Jesus is testing the person if they believe that he is God from their heart or from their mind. Possibly somebody has told them. So why do you call me good? And all of a sudden, this rich ruler will be like, what? What do you mean? And then Jesus claims, no one is good but one, that is God. So in other words, Jesus has thrown him into a confusion in the beginning so that he could test his heart. And then Jesus, look, if you look at the commandments that Jesus says, so you know the commandments. Do not commit adultery, do not murder, do not steal, do not bear false witness, do not defraud, honor your father and mother. Are these commandments, are they related to humans only, or do you see any of the commandments that are relating to God as well?
I mean, none of these can. God can't do any of these.
What I mean by that is, remember the two commandments that Jesus has said. The first one and the greatest one is love your God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength. And the second one is love your neighbor as yourself. So do you see from these first batch of commandments, do you see anywhere where he says love your God aspect or concept? Or do you only see love your neighbor? Like, do not commit adultery.
I don't see either.
Well, like let's say, do not commit adultery. That's basically sin against another human being. Do not commit murder. Same thing. It's a sin against the neighbor. Do not steal. Also, it's a sin against the neighbor. Do not bear false witness. Also, that is a sin against the neighbor. Do not defraud. Exactly the same. Honor your father and mother. It is also against the neighbor. Okay, so where is the number one commandment? Where's the commandment to love your God? Where's it at? It's not in the list because Jesus hasn't presented that commandment just yet. And then
I don't get where you were going with it.
Well, look, and he answered and said to him, Teacher, all these things I have kept from my youth. In other words, I'm perfect. It relates to to my neighbor, I'm perfect. I'm set. And then Jesus, looking at him, loved him and said to him, okay, you're perfect. You're not causing evil to your neighbor, to human beings. And then he said this to him, one thing you lack. Really? What is that one thing that he lacks? Go your way, sell whatever you have and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven. And come, take up your cross and follow me. So this right here, he's popping the commandment of love your God. But he was sad at this word and went sorrowful, for he had great possessions. So yes, this rich guy, he succeeded in love your neighbor aspect, but he actually failed in love your God aspect, because and follow me. This follow me requires a person to abandon everything that they have, sell everything that they have. In other words, they love God to such degree that they're willing to let everything go and follow
but this has
Jesus.
got to be this has got to be exegesis Sarge right here, or Surge, because is this all the commandments, all like 9 and not that one, or no? This is you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So this would not be all the commandments right here. So this would be a pretty ad hoc reading. See, he looked at him and he said to him, one thing that you lack. He didn't say one commandment that you lack, or anything there.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, they're talking about the commandments. Remember that. So one thing that you like, one commandment that you like.
Yeah, but he just said one thing that you lack, and then this is not even all the commandments either.
Yes, these are not.
So that can't necessitate that that's just the last and only commandment.
This one right here? You mean right here?
Yeah.
It actually does, because again, one thing that you lack. So what is that one thing that you lack? They're talking about commandments. So that guy, he passed the test of love your neighbor commandments, but he still lacks one thing. So what is that one thing that you lack? Well, sell everything that you have and come and follow me. In other words, love for God.
I would believe that's a non sequitur, though. It doesn't reach the conclusion, because even Jesus being a messenger, you follow the messenger if you love God. But what I wanted to say here is that still to explain the original, why do you call me good? No one is good but that God. Your understanding is that Jesus is asking a thought-provoking question,
Mm-hmm.
right? That he's saying, like, why do you call me good if only God is good? Saying, like, so you're saying I'm God. That's kind of like how he's what the implication would be,
Mm-hmm.
right? So then the questioner would have thought him to be God, correct?
Yes, because he's applying good teacher. Good.
Okay. If the reason, it's no offense, but the reason I know that's not true is because if he had thought him to be God by calling him good teacher, then in the very next statement, he doesn't say good teacher anymore. Instead, he just calls him teacher and removes the good.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that means he doesn't see him to be God, and he didn't understand him to be God, and that Jesus wasn't implying that he's God.
Well, that's the thing. You are 100% correct, and Jesus actually caught that. That's why he pointed out one thing that you lack. Because
So
if his belief would be genuine that Jesus is God, then he would continue to use good. But because this statement right here confused him, I don't see any negation in this statement at all. It's just more of a confusing statement because it confused him. Yes, he removed the good because he didn't fully understand what it means, anyways, because he didn't believe that Jesus is God.
So when he calls him good teacher, though, do you believe that he was asking him if he was God?
He was referring, not asking, he was referring to him as God.
Okay. So then Jesus asks his thought-provoking question. Then why would he now, if Jesus is basically, you're saying this is his way of saying he's God. So if he is referring to him already as God, and Jesus is using a thought-provoking question to say he is God, then why would the questioner not refer to him as God anymore? And clearly this is someone that Jesus loved. And Jesus looked at him, loved him. So it's not the guy doing something wrong,
Mm-hmm.
but he just knows Jesus is not God. Why would he refer to him as God, and then after Jesus says his statement, not refer to him as God and
Because
remove the good?
because of the thought provoking question that actually confused him. A lot of people, they would think that these two statements, "Why do you call me good? No one is good, but one that is God." It's a negation, and he probably
Mhm.
thought it's a negation as well. So now, if a person calls Jesus good for using their mind, but not really understanding what that means with their heart, they will easily swap once their mind is confused. But if a person believes in their heart that Jesus is God, and they hear, "Why do you call me good? No one is good but God," they would continue to use good because they believe in their heart.
Okay, but he didn't.
Yes, because he believed in his mind, and why he believed in his mind, not in his heart. Again, he was sad at this word and went away sorrowful. When did he go away? When Jesus said, "Sell whatever you have, give to the poor, you will have treasure in heaven, and come, take up your cross, and follow me." When Jesus has called him, "If you truly believe that I am God, then sell everything that you have." And he said, "No, I can't." This points to the fact that he believed that Jesus is God using his mind. Maybe he heard it somewhere else. But, Jesus' confusing, thought-provoking question confused his mind because Jesus was testing his heart, not his mind.
So then I would get why Jesus would maybe change his wording, but the guy is trying to prove to Jesus that he does believe he's God, right?
No, not really. I don't think that guy I don't think that this guy even believed in his heart that Jesus is God. He's probably just using good teacher more from a standpoint of view. Okay, well, Jesus is good, divine, blah blah blah. Just from a proper way, that's what you call Jesus. Not from a standpoint of view of belief or faith, but more like that's what people refer to him as. And he probably didn't even fully think that good means God.
So then the implications of good teacher, you're saying they're not that he was God.
If I read the context, it is with his mind, but he didn't understand it fully. It's not with his heart.
Okay. So, well, how could it be with his mind if he didn't understand it?
Well,
Just
he
because it wasn't with his heart, you're saying?
well, so how can it be with his mind and not his
If he
heart?
didn't understand it.
Because
No,
he's
not that. Yeah, I understand that. But if why would Jesus take someone who's already calling him God and then confuse him? And then why would the confused person look at that statement and now take it to mean he's not God, or stop calling him the divine term, which would be good teacher from the implication? If he's telling him, that he hasn't done any of these things, and in his mind maybe he thinks Jesus is God, that's why he said good teacher, right? He said good teacher maybe because he thought Jesus fits those divine attributes. Then why, after this statement, what would compel him to no longer call him the divine statement anymore and only refer to him as teacher?
the confusion, the confusing, what is it, two sentences that Jesus popped. Why do you call me good? No one is good but one that is God.
So the implication of that was not that he was God.
Uh, I mind wise, possibly, but also maybe because that's what people generally refer to Jesus as well. But not heart wise, because he did not follow through with what God is asking him to do.
So the questioner took the understanding that this implication means that Jesus is not God.
Yes, through his mind.
Okay. Then why don't we take the same implication of this reading?
Because we believe with our hearts. And when we believe with our heart and read the whole context, we see that Jesus is testing him.
So if we read the whole context, it looks like someone may be referring to him God-like. Why would he confuse them after that? And then the person, so basically Jesus' statement, at least to the questioner, looks like it would look to the Muslim that he's denying being God. But you're saying that the understanding of the questioner is wrong.
Look, I agree with you that you're 100% correct. Why? Because Muslim, same as this guy, he did not believe in his heart that Jesus is God. So yes, you as a Muslim, you will actually take this statement in exactly the same way that this guy has taken it. But the one who believes that Jesus is God in his heart, they see the full picture in this story.
So then why would he not say, you're missing one thing, I'm God?
Well, he said that. He said that. One thing you lack. One thing you lack. So one commandment you lack. What is that one commandment that you lack? Love your God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength.
He's lacking more than one commandment from just what he listed.
Well, okay. So if look, let's go to the 10 commandments. So Exodus, chapter 20. Chapter 20.
Yeah, and as long as we'll remember these, mother, father, neighbor.
Yeah, so right here, I'm the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Right here, it starts, you shall have no other gods before me. So this is commandment number 1. You shall not have any other gods before me. Commandment number 2.
Who's the one speaking there? Not to cut you off, but who's the one speaking there?
right here.
You shall have not.
And God spoke all these words, saying, God said. So the context in itself is the mountain was burning with fire. Why? Because God, the Lord, has descended on the mountain, and the Israelites were around that mountain, and then Israelites, everybody, started to hear the voice of God audibly, and God spoke all these words. So this right here, this 10 commandments is where Israelites are audibly hearing the Lord that is on the mountain, not through Moses directly. And if you read down, they get scared, and then they beg Moses that God would not talk to them again, but Moses would be representing what God is saying. That's basically the quick overview of this chapter.
So would this be Jesus, the Holy Spirit, or the Father speaking?
Well, it's the word of God that comes from the heart. That is the Father. So the word of God, that is Jesus coming from the heart and being and carried by the Spirit of God. So all three.
Okay. Okay. So the Father is the one saying, "You shall have no other God beside me." Wouldn't Jesus and the Holy Spirit be gods besides him?
Well, the word of God is also God.
Yeah,
So
wouldn't that be God beside him?
well, see, the thing is, you're separating the word of God from God, which you can't. Like, let's say even in Islam, you cannot separate the word of God from Allah.
Well, in Islam, the word of God doesn't have autonomy. It's not a center of consciousness, right? So you believe Jesus is aware of himself, the Holy Spirit's aware of himself. They're centers of consciousness.
Yes, that's the two different things. The word of God in
Yeah.
Christianity is a person, and the word of God in Islam is a little different. But still, the fact
Yeah.
remains the same. You cannot separate the word of God from the heart, from the Father. You simply can't. Or you're saying that the Father is not able to speak.
So if the Father speaks, what separates this word? Why don't all his words become many Jesus? Jesus's.
Oh,
So like the Father continuously speaks, right? He speaks more than one. He spoke to Moses, you know. So why wouldn't there be many different Jesuses?
because like me as a human being, I have one mouth that produces many words. God, essence of God, he has a personified mouth, a mouth that is a person that he's speaking through.
So
So
you're
there's
saying
only
Jesus
one mouth
is
producing many
okay.
words, human being. In God relations, one person that is producing much text.
Okay, so you're saying Jesus is the Father's mouth.
Yeah, that's pretty much as accurate as I would say.
Okay, so Jesus, so the Father's mouth is a person.
Yes, that's how God has revealed himself.
Okay,
And I can show you
and then
this
the
next too.
Wait, so the Holy Spirit, though, you said that also has a part in delivering this word, right?
Yes, the Holy Spirit is actually the one who delivers the word.
Okay, so then what would he be?
He is personified as well. Especially according to the book of Acts, you can see that he is a personified, and according to John the Gospel, he's a personified figure too.
Okay, so they're distinct beings, or you would say they're all one being, right?
They're all one existence, yeah, one being.
Okay, so I could get your terminology correct, not to misrepresent. They're distinct persons, right?
Mhm.
And they all share a nature. They all have the same. All have a God nature,
Yes.
divine nature.
Mm-hmm.
Me and you are two humans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we share the human nature.
Sure. You disappeared. Something happened. You disappeared. You disappeared. You're. Let's see here.
Hello?
Okay. Okay. You're back. Okay. So we're humans and we share the human nature. This is where you stop.
Yeah. Okay, so we're humans. My bad, I got a call. But we're humans and we share the human nature. So what makes us not one human?
Because we're separate beings, but God is one being.
What separates us?
Well, being, existence. I'm in existence of my own. You are existence of your own. I came to be at my own time. You came to be at your own time. So you came into existence at your own time, and me at my own time. So we're two different beings.
So Jesus has an existence of his own, and the Father has his existence of his own. They're not the same person.
No. They are.
Right.
So they're not the same person. I agree with you, but they are exactly the same existence, exactly the same being. Why? Because to make it simple, Jesus is the word of the Father. The Son is the word of the Father. It means let's say my mouth belongs to me. My mouth is part of my existence, my one existence. So if Jesus is God's mouth, he is part of God's existence. You cannot separate them. But my mouth is not a personified because I'm a human being. That's how I was made. But Jesus is actually God's mouth is his personified.
So what makes you count us persons? Like what makes you count me and you as two? If we share in the same nature of the human nature.
What makes me count separate persons?
Yeah.
Well, in our case, in our human case, what separates me person from you person? So what separates me human from you human is the existence. That's the number one separation. Is the being.
Okay, so what is that? How do we know that being is not one? Me and your being is not one.
Because you came to existence at different time than I came to existence.
Okay, let's say me and you are the same age or born at the same exact time.
Sure, we're born from in two different locations. We're born into different bodies. We're still like a body would be one of the things that would separate us too. That would point to an existence.
Let's say that we were twins. So we came out of the same person at the same time.
Yeah.
Right? Two came out at once.
Yeah.
So then what separates them?
You have your own spirit within your own body or existence, and I have my own. We're still two different beings, even though
Jesus
we're twins.
Did Jesus have his own spirit in the flesh?
I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes, he did. But again, this is one of the things that we cannot apply to humanity, because there's just no way that within me I would have three persons within my existence. There's no way. But
why not?
Well, because that's how I was made. My mouth never was is not a personified in any way. It's just part of me. So
I agree with that.
Yeah, but
your
God
mouth
is different.
Just part of you.
Yeah, but God is different.
Is Jesus part of God?
He is inseparable from the Father. You cannot separate them.
Okay, but if he's a mouth, wouldn't that be a part of God?
Yes, but yes, part of a God that you cannot separate them. But at the same time, he is represented as a person, but my mouth cannot be represented as that. That's just the difference between human and God.
Okay, so is that person a part of God or a part of the Trinity?
Jesus,
Yeah,
the
could
Word,
God be separated? Could he be divided into parts?
he cannot be divided. The essence cannot be. The persons can be. So it just depends which side you're looking at.
Okay, so again, I ask, with the two people who came out at the same time, then what had separated them from being one? They share the human nature. They came out at the same time from the same person. They share the human nature. What separates them from being one human being?
What's up? Well, the existence, like if one is still born, sooner than the other. I can, say that too. It's just
So
in
they
the.
were born same exact time. They came out same exact time.
Well, that is impossible.
Okay, let's say that it's a rare case where it happens.
It is impossible, and also they have been. So each
Let's
now
say through
another.
C-section.
It's still impossible. Doctor take one out faster than the other. But whatever. I'll just go with that. I don't mind. But see the thing is, the number one of the other differences between me and God is I have one person in one existence, and my mouth is like it's part of my body. Versus God, he has three persons within one existence, and his mouth and his spirit, his mind is personified.
Okay, so how do we know what you said? Because it's one person in one existence, right? Oh, like one person per existence. Is that what you were saying?
Humanly speaking, yes.
Okay, so how do we know that those two people that come out at the same time are not one existence? That's
Because
kind of my question.
because both of them have their own will.
And how do we know that?
I just give it a year and you'll see that one child is acting in one way and the other one is acting in a whole different way.
And if they acted the same?
If they
And
would.
before the year, not to cut you off, but before, let's say, to make it more realistic than that, before that year passed, they're still young, they're still acting the same way. How do I know these are not one existence?
Because their conscious is separated. Well, conscious is more.
Well,
What is it? It's more of it belongs to a
yeah,
person in itself. So their will
yes.
is separated. Their mind. I'll see here. Mind.
Jesus
Mind.
would have his own mind.
Oh, that's the thing. It would seem like he does, but in essence, he doesn't, because he says that everything he does is he sees the Father do. So he thinks exactly the same that the Father thinks. He acts exactly the same as the Father acts. Um, and even in John 14, when the disciples asked him to show them the Father, Jesus said, "Well, by looking at me, you're looking at the Father." So like there's
Whoever
so
has
much.
seen me has seen the Father.
Yeah, so there's so
Right?
much language there where it shows the complete unity and no separation. But the twins would show extremely a lot of separation and no unity.
So if these twins, they start saying, "Hey guys, we're one existence."
Well, they can't, because they're clearly separated. I mean, their will is separated, their mind is separated, the way they act, the way they behave, their character, everything is separated.
So the will and the mind are it's going to be two things we can't see. So I'm saying, how would we know? And then the way that they act, I'm saying when they're very young, you know, that they're just acting the same. How do we know that these are different existences?
Because one will cry and the other one will be quiet. If they're exactly the same
So,
existence, one cries, the other one cries at exactly the same time. So one starts to cry
mhm,
right now, the second one literally starts to cry at the same second as well. That would show that they're
mm,
united. They feel exactly the same thing,
okay.
and their will is the same.
So they do the same exact things.
Yes, pretty much. It's pretty much a clone, a copy.
Okay. So did the Father die on the cross?
Well, um, the death that you're saying you're presenting here. Okay, so let me ask you: are you talking about the physical death or the spiritual death?
Um, I mean, just died on the cross, the absolute, because like the physical, I mean, death is like a separation from soul and body. So, you know, just the death experienced by the person.
Since the Father did not have a flesh, cannot he cannot physically die. He simply
Okay, so
can't.
that means they did not do the same actions.
Spiritual in a spiritual essence, they did exactly the same action. In a physical
Okay.
realm, the one has a flesh, the other one doesn't have a flesh. But in the spiritual realm, this is where they're the same in the spiritual realm. Flesh doesn't
Okay,
define who the person is. The essence
I
is
get
what
what you're
defines
saying.
who the person is.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So let's say the babies, for example, they their actions in their flesh they do something different, but in the spiritual realm they do the same actions. How do we know they're two different existences? Sorry to laugh. It just sounds funny because I'm mentioning like these these interesting babies, but
No,
in their spiritual.
you're good.
I'm
This
not
is a
laughing to be
very
disrespectful. I would never disrespect like Christians or Christianity. It's not like a Muslim character to do that. But the babies, their actions are different in their flesh. Spiritually, they're not. They're the same. So how do we know that these are two different existences? We can't see their mind. We can't see their will, and you know they do two different actions, but that's just in their flesh. They're spiritually they don't.
uh to be frank with you on that one. See, the thing is, this what we're talking about right now, it's not gonna be applicable to God, because how can you be sure that babies are not the same existence? Is if you kill one flesh, the other one stays alive. But see, it's not really
Yeah,
applicable to
when
God
Jesus
because,
died, did the Father stay alive?
well, that's the thing. It's not applicable to the godly conversation because both of them do not have flesh. Only one has flesh. But how can we know
So they're
that the
different.
babies are separate? The babies are separate. Is one of the matrix we can use is the death of the flesh.
So Jesus' flesh died. The Father's didn't,
Well,
and they're
Father
still one, according to you.
Father doesn't have a flesh. They're one. They're one in that what is eternal. That is the spirit.
The babies both have spirits.
Yes, but again, how can you know that they are separate in spirit? Separate in spirit, those
Hmm.
babies. How can you know? Is if you killed the flesh of one of the babies. That's basically when you will for sure know that they're separated in the spirit.
Wait, how would you know by then? By that?
Because one is still alive and the other one is not. Now, if they would copy, then both bodies would die at the same time. You strike one, and the second one passes as well, because now if they are, if they're united in a spiritual realm, if they're basically the same existence, and if baby number one existence is leaving the flesh, by default, baby number two existence will be leaving the flesh as well.
Okay, so when Jesus died, then the Father died.
Okay, so
remember, the one, not to cut you off, but the death is flesh doesn't die itself; it decays after the death. So death happens. There's a separation of the soul and the flesh, and then the body proceeds to decay afterwards, right? So then, when the Father dies, then when the Son dies, then the Father would also have to do the same action, at least, which would be to die.
I see. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. But again, you cannot really apply this example to God. Why? Because when Jesus separated from the flesh, his spirit was actually not dead. The spirit of the Father is also not dead. But the thing is, since
Okay.
Father has no flesh, since he has no flesh, you cannot really use this example in a way that you're using it.
Okay, so when the baby died, his spirit did not die. Spirits don't die. So, or his spirit didn't like sin or something. His spirit didn't die, and the other baby's spirit didn't die. So they both stayed alive. And then in the flesh, one died, but then one didn't, just like the Father and the Son.
Okay, in the spirit, the Father and the Son, they did exactly the same action. Nobody died in the spirit.
Same with the babies.
You cannot see the spirit in itself. So basically, if you
Same with God.
how can you test that babies are separate existences? Is again, if you take the flesh of one of them out, and the second flesh will still be alive. That proves that they are their separate existence. But again, you cannot apply this concept to God. Why? You cannot apply the fleshly concept, the fleshly aspect of the baby concept to God. Why? Because the Father has no flesh. So yes, even though Jesus' flesh died, but the thing is, they still did exactly the same thing in the spiritual realm. They're still both alive in the spiritual realm.
Okay, so let's say then the babies are both alive in the spiritual realm.
Yeah, okay, but again, I'm proving that so a copy has to happen. Since we cannot see the spirit, how can we tell that two babies are separate beings? Is if you take one out, the other one is still going to be alive. It points to that they're separate beings. Now, what's going on inside of the spirit, we truly do not know. So we need to test according to the flesh. Hey, and by the way, I brought to the stage Tavo Sanabri. He's a professor that likes to talk about spiritual conversations too, and he's not aligned to any doctrine at all. He's not a Christian. He's not a Muslim. He's not aligned to anything. He just likes to talk about this. So.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if he believes in God. Would he say he believes in God?
Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to. I like to think that I try to acknowledge the uncertainties in the question.
Okay.
If I would say that, on the scale of calibrated uncertainty that I have, I'm more likely than not that there is a God. But I really do strongly feel that if there is a true religion, that it would be a religion based on Jesus. If I had to rank Islam among 18 of the major world religions that I've looked at, I'd probably rank it somewhere towards the bottom. But
So you definitely sound like a Christian, but I'll just assume you're not lying somehow or something. Sounds pretty Christian to me. But back to the
I mean, I
topic
can
here.
explain why it's not Christian, right?
Yeah.
I'm not apologetically aligned, first of all. Second
Okay.
of all, yeah, second of all, this is my own theological considerations.
Okay.
Third of all, I don't think most Christians would be like, oh, I'm not sure about this, or I have some degree of calibrated uncertainty. I'll tell you, I'm a professor, and my proclivity, I'll say, and my estimation of probability is based on the techniques used in academic historiography. So the way we look at events in history, and we say this event likely happened and this event less likely happened. I took those criteria and I applied them to 18 of the world's major religions. And I use different evaluative criteria that are used in academic historiography. Things like, is there, what's the attestation lag? And I also looked at sort of theological criteria. It's called the comparative theological framework argument, if you're interested.
Okay.
But I looked at, for instance, if you look around the world, Jesus is cited by current academicians, right? Our current generation of academicians, some of the most influential academicians, including atheist scholars, by the way, in a way that is constructive and direct, right? So uniquely, Jesus can make that claim. If we look at Muhammad, for instance, there's very little constructive and direct citations of Muhammad. So, in other words, even if you believe Muhammad,
there's very little direct citations of Muhammad.
That's right. Yeah, I'm talking about direct constructive citations.
Have you heard of the hadith matan analysis?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's not a direct. And I'm talking about direct, constructive, non-apologetical citations.
So you understand that it is Western scholars who say that we could trace the hadith all the way back to at least the companions.
Yeah, that's a historiographical consideration. And again, in the CTF argument, I look at evaluative criteria that are historiographical, but I look at some evaluative criteria that are theological. So if I say that somebody directly, constructively cites Jesus, that means that they created a seminal work in their field. They themselves did not write it apologetically. In almost every case, they were in fact an atheist, okay? But they cited Jesus directly and constructively. I mean, they didn't cite somebody else who talked about Jesus. They cited Jesus directly, and they also cited Jesus constructively. I've not seen any of that literature from Muhammad, and I've looked actually.
You're saying, wait, so have you heard of the Doctrina Yaqubi, which was nearly the time of the Prophet's life, where it's actually a Christian who's quoting about the Prophet himself, and he's saying he's a prophet calling people towards the belief in one God. This was actually either in his lifetime or immediately after his lifetime. Do we have anything like that about Jesus?
I've heard of that work. It doesn't really factor in my decision calculus at all. So I think you're mixing up the different criteria that I looked at. So again,
that might be, yeah.
Yeah. So some of the criteria that I looked at are historiographical, right? So that goes into things like, how early were the attestations? How many people said that these things happened? So in other words, how many people were willing within 50 years or so, conceivably one generation, how many people were writing that Jesus performed healing miracles, first of all, and how many people were writing that Jesus resurrected, right? Those are two data points that I can look at. If you look at the miracle claims, if you look at the miracle claims on Muhammad, they're much more attenuated. The claims are much more sparse. And for the first 100 years, we really don't have anyone attesting that they ever happened outside of the caliphate itself, right? So by contrast, Christianity has a number of witnesses. Several of them are not related to the Christian hierarchy, right? Islam, we just don't have that at all.
So, okay. As I was saying about who's attesting to the Prophet Muhammad, nearly right after his lifetime was the Doctrina Yaqubi. There was also another one.
My memory. Who's the author?
I have to see again. Can you still hear me?
I still hear you.
Okay. Let me see again. Doctrina Yaqubi. Who was the author on it? And also, you're saying that we have. When we come to the Arabs at the time over there, Arabs, were separated. They were kind of cut off a little bit, right? So we talk about outside attestation, right? And when that occurred, right? But we do have early attestation by the hadith, meta-analysis, that these narrations, which are nearly about 10,000 or more authentic, that lead directly back to the Prophet. And there is ones that are also
Okay.
massively. One second.
Where,
Could I just finish
sure,
what I'm
sure,
saying
sure, sure,
really quick?
sure.
There's also ones that are massively transmitted, and even miracles that are massively transmitted that we could get directly from his companions. Whereas most biblical scholars would agree that we don't exactly know who had even authored the Gospels.
Yeah, yeah. The question is, where are those attestations? Where are
Are
they
you
to be found?
in manuscript form?
The attestation, the 10,000.
Are you saying where are they found? I'm just wondering because we have a oral tradition and we also have written text. So are you referring to the manuscripts? Or are you referring to the hadith meta-analysis? I will say there's people who can represent it better than me, but I know there's some works from some of the Western scholars that they're able to break it down on how it goes back to the companions.
I
But
know
are you
there's
referring to manuscript?
no. For instance, if I write a book, and
Yeah.
in that book I write, this book was attested by 10,000 people, right? That sounds very impressive, but does anyone, like, where are those 10,000 people? Why are they not speaking for themselves?
Yeah.
Right? That's a
Yeah. We don't. Yeah.
that collapses to a single line of attestation. Is the problem?
Yeah. So no, we have many different chains. This is how they break down the hadith meta-analysis, that they go through each individual chain. So we know this person heard it from this person, heard it from this person, heard it from this person, and they all come from their own separate chain. So it's their own separate person who is narrating it along each one of the chains.
Can you give me a single non-canonical attestation for the miracles around Muhammad?
Not non-canonical. Are you meaning outside of Saudi Arabia, or what exact? Or outside
Outside
of
of
hadith
Islamic
literature?
canon. Outside of Islamic canon. So who wrote down that the miracles, the healing miracles of Muhammad happened outside of Islamic, or the works that are canonical to Islam?
Since Saudi Arabia was cut off, and this might be in another doctrine, because I don't know.
I'll just say the
Right?
answer. The answer is none. There's no other works. So that's why it's a single stream of testimony. So that's
Wait. Single stream though. So from different people, you still consider it a single stream.
so like I said, we're talking about within the first 100 years, okay?
Uh-huh.
And we're talking about, were there any attestations outside of the hierarchy of the caliphate itself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In
Or
that time,
even if you give me like an epistle
Uh-huh.
or a codex or anything that was written outside of Islamic canon, but I'll tell you, I haven't found any, and I don't think they exist.
And you're looking for one that specifically attests to miracles, or attests to what?
Yeah, any miracle claims that come from outside of Islamic canon.
Okay, any miracle claims that the author is claiming is true?
I tell you right now, I can give you like 4 or 5 that come from people who are either Christian but outside of the Christian hierarchy and outside of the Christian canon, or who are who had antipathy towards Christianity. And I could give you probably about.
So, okay, not to cut you off, but Christian, but outside the Christian hierarchy. So then we could say the same thing Islamically. We could have people who are not part of the caliph. They were just regular old, people who lived in Medina at the time that also narrate from the Prophet. So, what is the earliest that you would have outside of Christians, non-Christians, who attest and believe in a miracle that Jesus did, and we have any kind of record of that?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that this is the earliest, but one of the most reliable is Quadratus, right? None of his works were within Christian canon. He was attesting not apologetically. He was not attesting to any public community. He was attesting to the Emperor of Rome. That's sort of a costly person to lie to. And he believed that in his lifetime, he writes, that his lifetime overlapped with people who were actually healed by Jesus. So I would call that like an external attestation.
He's Christian.
He is Christian, yeah, but he's not in the Christian hierarchy. You see what I'm saying?
Same with the companions. Some of the companions, yeah.
So we don't have. I'll tell you. I don't know if you just don't understand what I'm saying, but there are no works outside of Islamic canon that attest to the miracle claims of Muhammad.
And
At least
outside
not
of
within the first 100
outside of
years.
What are you
Islamic
defining as outside of?
Every attestation comes from the caliph themselves or the caliphate.
Yeah,
No,
they
that's
can
not
be
true.
Muslim,
Wait, yeah,
but
that's not-
they're not going to be part of the official caliphate in itself,
Yeah, in
or
other
the
words,
leadership.
in other words, the teachings of Jesus have an itinerant teacher tradition around them. People like
Okay.
Justin Martyr, who was none of his works are within the Christian canon. He was not
Mhm.
part of the Christian hierarchy in any formal way. He was himself an itinerant teacher. Aristides, Athenagoras, those are all individual, and we already talked about Quadratus. These are all individuals who did not have themselves. They were all itinerant teachers.
So tell me what you're defining as someone who is part of the canon. What qualifies for that?
So the Quran or Hadiths would be part of the Islamic canon.
That is there. You know, there's no other claim in Islam. I
Exactly.
don't understand.
That's exactly my point. Yeah.
So just to clarify to what you're saying, the Hadith is a study of the Prophet's life. Anything that anyone narrates is going to be recorded as part of his life. So we're
I
gonna
understand that, yeah.
anything any of those we consider hadith from anyone at that time who narrates about him.
I understand, but that's part of the problem. That if there's anything outside of that attestation stream, it gets quashed, right? Caliph Uthman actually took all the copies of the Quran and destroyed them, right?
So
and you can say
there's people trying to say variant readings, and he brought the people who actually heard it and memorized it from the Prophet, and then had the original wordings re-put, and anything else destroyed.
Wait a second, because you're citing the narrative that came from the group in power, which came from Caliph Uthman. So obviously you're going to say he had a very good reason for doing this, but you're citing the person who did the thing, saying this is how he justified what he did.
It wasn't just him who did it. It was actually him and a bunch of the companions. And actually, each one of these, they had to bring a written text, and they had to bring 2 witnesses as well.
But
this was a plethora of people. I'm saying we don't only have those from Uthman himself.
Everything you do have collapses down to a single stream. You see?
Yeah, that's if you look at anyone who critically looks at the preservation of the Quran and critically looks at the preservation of the Bible, this is called standardization. And what actually protected the Quran from being corrupted, like how the Bible was this standardization, which we don't see in the Bible for many, many years later.
And what's your argument that the Bible is corrupted? How do you define corruption?
What is the earliest manuscript full manuscript we do have of the New Testament?
Well, I mean, why does it need to be a full manuscript? We have P45, we have P46, we have P52.
That's the size of the first one we have is the size of a credit card.
That's P52.
P52.
Yeah. But we have P45, which contains most of the Gospels. We have P46, which contains almost all the authentic Pauline epistles.
When was P45?
Well, we don't have the autographs. I'll grant you that, but that's not.
Yeah, I know that. I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
I'm not saying if the autographs or not, but P45 is about 3rd century.
I think it might be 2nd century, but I'll go to the mid-2nd century. That's the Muratorian canon.
It says 200 to 250 is considered like the 3rd century.
Okay. I mean, I'll go to the Muratorian canon. But why do you say that the Bible is corrupted, though?
So I get this from this this biblical scholar. Man, I'm forgetting his name.
Bart Ehrman?
He said no, not Bart Ehrman. I've seen some of his stuff, but it's not from him. He's actually like an apologist for Christianity, and he believes it's possible to maybe reconstruct Mark, maybe. But he said that he says 400,000. What do you call it? what's the word?
Textual variance.
Yeah, and I'm not considering corruptions, right? I'm not considering those corruptions. I know, I'm granting that, right?
Okay.
But he says there's at least 2 to 4,000 variants that are at least 1 to 12 words, or no, at least 12 words,
Okay. I mean,
right? So, for example, if we look at like the long ending of Mark, where has that gone?
well, most people think that the original ending of Mark was either lost or that something happened to it, and everyone admits that there was a longer ending of Mark that was tacked on. We don't necessarily know where that came from, but
Okay.
probably the original longer ending of Mark is lost.
Okay, wouldn't that be evidence of corruption?
No, no,
How?
no, because I mean, because we're all being honest about where it came from. Like no one's trying to hide anything, first of all. And second of all, if you
But
say,
not to cut you off, but corruption is not being honest about where it came from. Corruption is adding or removing from the text to where now we don't, do we have the original?
any by your definition, any addition or subtraction is corruption.
No, not necessarily. But
Okay,
when
so
you
that's
look
why
at
I need a definition of corruption. If you
the definition of, yeah,
what you're citing of
please.
all these textual
I was
variants.
going to give you a definition, but
No,
yeah.
no. This is a really important point, though. When you cite that there are a lot of variants, and you say that is tantamount to corruption,
No.
well, let me clarify this at least for the audience, then, okay? Because this is an important point because it often gets overlooked. So Bruce Metzger is one of the main people who's done the work on cataloging all of the variants of Christian canon. Okay, now he gets a lot of credit for that, but he gets misquoted a lot. Bart Ehrman is the main person who continues that analysis, but also again carrying a bit of not a misquoting, but a bit of an error in interpretively, where he says that there are more textual variants than there are words in the New Testament. Now that's a true statement, but here's the problem. During that time, there was absolutely no standardization of spelling or grammar. So written words were known to be very variable. Like, so if I say to you, like, last Tuesday I went to the library to study, or if I say Tuesday last week I went to the library to study, or if I say, I went to the library to study last Tuesday, those are all variants. None of them are significant at all. Now, Bruce Metzger admits that less than 1% of all of the textual variants have any theological implications to them, right? So 99% of things that are theologically, and I would argue that even that 1% isn't very central. So, so I don't, I mean, all right, now I'm happy to move on with your definition of corruption. Go ahead. Can you guys both still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Muslim. We cannot hear him. He's still here, but it's just he probably just randomly disconnected. But he'll be his audio should get connected back again. There. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, you're back.
Okay, so corruption would be something that's at least adding multiple words, I would say, to where the meaning will change. Right? That's where I would see it as a corruption, where the meaning is now changing. It's going to have some different implications.
Okay.
So most of those 400,000, whatever, most of those will not change the meaning. I already understand that, right? But it's about for the ones who do, which I think it was Bruce Metzger that said it was 2 to 4,000 of those that could have significant theological implications.
Okay, that's not true at all. Okay, so what Bruce Metzger said is less than 1%, right? So if there are hundreds of thousands, that would mean like thousands. Okay, but he never said. He just said theologically impactful. He didn't say these are significantly theologically impactful.
Okay. I could maybe go back to the video, but I think he said significant. I'm pretty sure he said significant theological implications.
Yeah. Okay. Well, they're not significant theological implications. They're theologically. In other words, he said
that's what he said.
Less than 1% were theologically significant. Okay. So
yeah,
we're
that sounds
on that,
nice.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I can agree on that, but I'm
What
saying
you
it
have to
sounds
show
nice
me,
until we hear he says in that same video. I think what you're referring to, he says approximately 2 to 4,000 is what he says.
what I'm actually quoting is his foreword in Bart Ehrman's book about the New Testament. It was one of his seminal works on the New Testament.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, here's the problem. If you look at those textual variants and you say this is something theologically I don't buy, then that's something. But unfortunately, that's never been done, and the reason why is it can't be done. I went through the New Testament using 11 different evaluative criteria. Okay, now this is separate from the CTF argument, but basically what I distilled is that there are 20 or 30 teachings of Jesus that show up in multiple independent streams. So in other words, the central 20 or 30 lessons that Jesus taught are I'm getting a little bit of feedback, but it's probably okay. Those 20 or 30 lessons have not been corrupted, have not been altered by the textual variants that have occurred. Okay. Now, moreover, here's something really significant. We do know that between the 2nd to 3rd century, that sort of cutoff line, to now, that Christianity hasn't changed all that much in terms of its canon. Okay. So the central tenets of Christianity have not shifted all that much. So that's why I think it's an uphill battle to say that there's been a corruption that's theologically significant.
Okay.
And besides, all of this is notwithstanding. The question is there any good reason to believe that there is any validation historically to the miracle claims in the Quran? And I would argue that they are very, very, that their attestations are very, very tenuous, very sparse, and they only come from a single stream. They definitely do not come from multiple streams. And there's absolutely
They
no,
definitely knew not. Okay.
and there's absolutely no external.
Where's that from?
That's the Quran and the Hadiths.
So you're saying that is considered
It's
one
a single
stream.
That's one stream. Yeah.
Okay, this is because you have. I don't know why you set this standard on it. It's a very strange standard because anything about the prophet's life,
This
any
is not me. This is
attestation.
not me setting the standard. This is the standard that academic historians set. Right.
Which
So
academic historians?
E.P. Sanders, Bruce Metzger, many other individuals. And this is not just limited to the study of Christianity. This is limited to all of our study of classical antiquity, which is basically a 1,300-year period between, I think, 800 BCE to 500 CE.
So you're saying that our
This
claims.
is how historians judge things, right? So if something happens and they have 3 people writing down this thing happened, then that is a more robust attestation than just a single person writing down that something happened. That's not my standard. This is a standard that comes from academic historiography.
Okay, so what you're expecting is people writing about the prophet's life outside of Saudi Arabia or something? What is it that outside of hadith doesn't make sense because it would be inside the hadith if it's a direct eyewitness. If it's not, who cares?
Well, because it collapses to a single stream, it just means the validation is really not very robust.
According, I'm saying,
Do you believe
yeah.
Do you believe that there are miracles that happen around Muhammad?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Can you give me an example of one?
Yeah. There's in the Quran and there's in the hadith. Right.
Okay,
So
give me a single miracle claim that you believe actually happened.
Oh, like a miracle claim and not prophecy.
Any miracle that you claim.
Yeah, not. Would you consider prophecy a miracle?
Probably not.
No.
I probably wouldn't. I mean, you're welcome to try to make a case.
Okay, so there was.
I can tell you why I wouldn't consider prophecy, but
okay. You're already not considering prophecy, so we don't have to go with that. He was eating with his companions, and then his companions, there was, I think it was like no soup left, and then he made that soup literally enough for all of them. Like it literally multiplied in size, and all the companions had noticed this, and we have it all from independent chains.
okay.
That we have each independent.
List off the first chain that describes it and the year that it's described.
Okay, now I'm gonna pull up the exact hadith. Hadith where the prophet
it doesn't matter where you're pulling it up from. I just
multiplied.
want the first person who said it happened and when they said that it happened.
The first person, okay, the Battle of the Trench, feeding 1,000 people.
I know about the Battle of the Trench, by the way. It was a fairly bloody battle.
Shout out to them, you know. Okay, narrated by
I don't know,
Jabir.
shout out to anyone for shedding of blood.
You wouldn't shout out to anyone for shedding of blood?
I don't consider that to be an admirable thing independently. You're saying shout out to them for shedding blood in a battle?
So that's a bad thing for them to do.
Independent of some justification of it, of course. The shedding of blood should be a last resort. It shouldn't be something you give a shout out for.
Okay,
I find that morally repugnant. I mean, I want to move on to the argument that you're making, but
but if you're arguing from a biblical perspective, then what would you say about kill all the men, all the women, all the children? What would be the implications to that? Would that be morally acceptable?
Are you talking about the killing of the Amalekites?
Yeah, and not only them, but the Midianites and other groups as well.
Well, first of all, the fact that we're deviating really far from your argument, I think.
No, just because you threw that out there, yeah.
I'm asking you to provide some evidence, and if you want to deviate to Old Testament textual criticism, I'm happy to do that. But I think that's the fact that you're not defending your ground.
Yeah, well, just because you decided to throw out a moral claim where
because you said
if you're defending the Bible. Yeah, no. If the Muslims don't fight, they're going to get killed. So yeah.
Well, let me tell you this: I have never once heard a Christian cite the killing of the Amalekites and say shout out to them for killing them.
They're defending themselves. Not the Amalekites. I'm talking about the Muslims.
And shout out for having to kill people?
For defending themselves, yeah, from people trying to kill them, yeah. The Prophet ﷺ, if you know
that
Islam,
should be a last resort. The taking of life is not something to be extolled as a virtue. I find it really, well, no matter what else you say in this conversation,
that was the last resort for God in the Old Testament, where He says, "Kill all the men, the women, the children."
Again, if you want to switch
and
to
even
a
the
different
donkeys?
topic, I'm happy to switch to a different topic.
I'm just saying you have to be honest with your framework.
I've never once heard a Christian say, shout out to the people who killed the Amalekites. I've never heard that said once by any Christian.
So there is a difference with the Amalekites, is that the Amalekites,
the difference is you're
killing the men. One second, you're killing the men, the women, and children. The Prophet ﷺ, we have in authentic narrations that he would tell his companions before battle, do not kill one. No, you're gonna just let me finish. Do not kill any women and do not kill any children, and avoid even harming the nature, the trees. And do not kill any non-combatants, as the Quran clearly says. If your enemy comes to you with their heart strained at the idea of fighting you, you must offer them protection.
Okay, and do you understand why your point is irrelevant?
You just brought up the moral claim. Yeah, you just brought up the moral claim.
I'm happy to reiterate why your claim is not relevant.
I mean, you just brought up the moral claim, so decided to get into
the moral claim because you are giving a shout out to the shedding of blood.
Of defending themselves, yes.
I really am very confused that you're not just admitting that, like, yeah, I shouldn't have said that. Bloodshed should be a last resort. It shouldn't be something that we glorify.
It was a last resort.
Okay, well then don't say shout out to them for shedding blood. That's not
if something is wrong with them defending themselves.
Let me tell you something.
How would you justify killing the women and children and even the donkeys? What did the donkeys do?
Okay, let me tell you something. If somebody attacked me and I had to kill them to save my life, I'm not saying that I wouldn't do that, but I'm saying that I wouldn't glorify it. And if somebody said shout out to you for doing that, I would be like, no, that is repugnant. It is tragic. It is sinful to take a life. And I would probably live my whole life regretting the moral consequences of me taking a life.
We don't believe it's sinful to defend yourself.
I'm not saying it's sinful, but you don't
just
give
said
it a shout
sinful.
out.
I know, but you just said it's sinful.
Well, if I did it, I would consider it sinful. Yeah.
You would consider it sinful even though it's not sinful.
I'm telling you, I would have a very hard time dealing with the fact that I'd taken a life, even if it was.
Me too. I mean, it'd be hard on me too.
You're giving a shout out to people who've taken lives.
Well,
I don't under.
These are the companions. who are defending
that what I'm
themselves and
saying is-
preventing way more
It
bloodshed.
baffles me that what I'm saying is so basic and you're like resisting it so hard. This is a very, very basic thing that I'm saying. Don't
Well-
give a shout out to people for killing other people.
Well, if they're defending themselves, I don't see a sin in it.
And you can say, I don't see a sin in it, but you should
Yeah.
at least acknowledge it as the tragic loss of life. Right?
I mean, these people would go.
Let me make my point here.
These
If I had
people
to
would
kill
go on to
somebody-
kill more people.
I don't know that you
Like
know
God
that.
doesn't.
I think
Yeah,
that's
I'm saying
begging the
God
question if
doesn't
that's
make
the
God
case.
doesn't make mistakes. God doesn't suggest for you to, you know, go do tragic things.
Look, man.
you know?
I'm just saying this. You are glorifying the taking of life, unabashedly.
I'm glorifying defending yourself. The taking of innocent life in the Quran, as it says, is
And
as
I'm
if you
telling
killed all of
I'm telling you
mankind.
that- well, I don't agree with that personally. I've read parts of the Quran that say that polytheists ought to die, that you should take the lives
Yeah,
of
because
polytheists.
you're
I think that's
taking
very
those out of context. Yeah.
I mean, if you say polytheists should die, it's hard to take that out of context.
It's very easy to take that out of context. If you literally just read further, it said 1 second. If you read before, depending on which verse you're talking about, but if you read before,
I
it
feel
says,
like
as
what you're
for
doing- what
those,
you're doing
1
is-
second, no,
no,
as
wait,
for
no, let me
those
finish.
who have
You
broken their,
keep deflecting
brother, you're
to the
making a claim, as for those who
you
have
keep
broken their
deflecting to the-
treaty with you,
I don't-
as for
I'm not
those who have
interested-
broken your treaty with you.
Tava,
I'm
allow him
interested
to
in a
speak to
very
you.
discreet criticism. I'm interested in a very discreet criticism of your language. You said shout out to them for taking lives. Okay. My point is you should not glorify the taking of a life. If you're saying they should have defended themselves and they have the right to do that, that's fine, but that should be a last resort. And it should still be something that's done with somberness. If I had to take someone's life, no matter how large my justification is, I would not say glorify me for doing this, nor would I glorify anyone else for taking a life. My first response would be a somber recognition for a tragic loss of another life. Period. That's all I'm saying to you. That's a very basic moral claim.
So if these are people who are going to continue on killing and causing more bloodshed, they're not great
Yes,
people.
it is still tragic that their lives had to end.
So would it be tragic if Hitler's life ended?
If I could have killed Hitler, would I have killed Hitler? Yes, probably. But the killing of a life, the taking of a life, is something that I would do with somberness. I wouldn't want anyone to pat me on the back or give me a shout out. Does that make sense? Human life is sacred. It should not.
I'd say it'd be the right thing to do, and I think you would be celebrated as a hero for doing it.
And I would reject that recontextualization.
I agree. I agree with that out of humbleness, out of humble character. Yeah. Out of humble character, I would agree with that.
I'm saying, listen to yourself, listen to the way you're talking, listen to the way you think about Islam, because it reflects poorly on your religion. And you're not the first person who's done this, right? But it reflects poorly on your religion when I hear so many people saying the taking of life is glorified if it's done in the name of Allah.
No,
I've heard that from a lot of different people.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't.
Every single time I hear it.
Even if I say it, right? It doesn't matter if the text doesn't say it. You don't judge the religion by the people who follow it. You judge the people by how they follow the religion.
I'm saying it reflects badly on your religion, and it reflects badly.
Just like I said, you judge the people by how they follow the religion,
and it reflects badly on your ability to make theological claims.
Let's jump.
And
Hey guys. Hold on a second. Let's jump back into the argument. I mean, everybody has their own mindset in this one, and I think we have understood the Muslims and Davos. What was the? Let's go back to the historical argument.
Yeah, I would be fine with that. I'm not the one who's deflecting every other sentence here.
Yeah, but let's get back to the
it seemed like you were saying it's whatever. All right. So, this hadith, we can find it. Let's see. Okay, there's multiple. All right, so we'll go with the Battle of the Trench, feeding 1,000 people.
What's the hadith number? I'll bring it to the screen.
Sahih al-Bukhari 4102.
4102. Okay. Okay, so this is what we have. If you want me to click anywhere, just let me know too.
Okay.
Yeah, and I want to see. Let me try to open your screen.
When was this written?
It's about when it was narrated. It's oral tradition. So you're saying when it was written, we have some parchments of hadith that could have been written
This
near
thing
the
that you're
Prophet's
citing,
life.
when was it written?
Are you saying what's the earliest manuscript we have?
What you're showing, the hadith that you're quoting, when was it
Mhm.
committed to written form? Any time?
Let me see. When it was put into written form. When was this hadith put into written form? Okay, 5AH, the eyewitness phase. Okay, so the first written transcripts, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Within the first century, it says. The first Islamic century.
Oh, did you have a year?
And when Jabir, let's see, yes, 697 CE.
Okay, so the Battle of the Trench was, my recollection is about the year 630. So this
Okay, yeah.
is already 70 years. So this is well
Yeah.
outside of the generation.
You're considering this well outside?
Well, I mean, is my math correct? I would say more than 50 years is outside of a generation. The Battle of the Trench was in about, my recollection is around the year 630. You can correct me if I'm wrong about that.
Let me see. When
And you're saying
was
this was
the
written down in
battle?
690, right? 690 something?
697, yeah.
697. So you're talking about 70 years later for the first time this was written down.
Yes.
Do you understand why that's problematic?
When was the earliest gospel written? How long after Jesus?
Well, the resurrection proclamation was probably within 1 to 2 years. The First Corinthians Creed was, most people date within 2 years.
The written gospel. When was it written? The same question you're asking me.
It depends on how you define the gospel, right? If you're saying the gospel,
What's our earliest gospel? Mark, right?
Yeah, but the letters of Paul predate Mark, and there are other sources that predate Mark as well, like the Passion Tradition, chapters 14 and 15 of Mark are probably based on pre-Markan content.
Okay, was Mark not written down at least 70 years later from what it's estimated?
No, that's not true.
That's not true.
Most people date Mark to around, I think it's debatable, but I want to say around 60 to 70 CE, right? And Jesus died in around 30 CE. So that would put it at 30 or 40 years. But like I said, the First Corinthians Creed is probably the first and earliest declaration that we have of the resurrection of Jesus. And that was within 2 years of the death of Jesus.
The first, say that one more time.
The First Corinthians Creed is within 1 to 2 years of the death of Jesus.
What do you mean exactly by the First Corinthians Creed?
Chapter 15 of First Corinthians, verses 3 through 8. These things that I received, this is a teaching. Paul is saying, this is a teaching that I received, that Jesus Christ, was killed for our transgressions, was buried, rose up 3 days later, and then he appeared, and he lists all the people who he appeared to: James, Peter, the 12, etc. That's probably the earliest resurrection proclamation that we have. The earliest documentation of veneration, a divine veneration of Jesus, is probably something that happened within 10 years. And that's just the record that we have.
Within 10 years. What's the evidence for that?
Maranatha is, Lawrence Cudwell has written about this, that it's an Aramaic statement. So that probably arises from a contemporaneous or a near contemporaneous understanding around the community around Jesus.
At what time?
Again, probably within 10 years. I can't be more precise. Some other people might want to be more precise. But the resurrection proclamation probably originated within 1 to 2 years of the death of Jesus. Most people date, there are several other parts of the Bible that are pre-Pauline, So Paul joined the movement probably around 5 years after the death of Jesus. So if something is pre-Pauline, then that means that it's something that was committed to memory or written down for the first time within the first 5 years of the nascent Christian or or the way community or whatever.
And how do we know this was written down?
You don't have to say it's written down; it's committed to memory. But
Okay,
again,
same with the hadith.
Paul writes the First Corinthians Creed and that's about 15 to 20 years after the death of Jesus. But most people date that creed itself to the first 1 to 2 years after the death of Jesus. And again,
okay,
like
so
I
you're
said,
saying that was the early Christian understanding was the Nicene, same as the Nicene Creed, they're consubstantial. Jesus was consubstantial with the Father.
No, the Nicene Creed didn't come.
Okay,
hundreds.
was the early understanding Jesus being consubstantial with the Father, the earliest understanding?
I'm talking about the resurrection.
Okay, that's fine. It's about the implications of the resurrection, right? That's the dogma that's added
Here's the
later.
bottom line. You gave me a miracle claim, and you backed
Yeah.
it up with a source that was at least 2 generations after the events actually happened. Now,
Yeah,
many people.
these are committed by memory, just like what you just said with the text. Now, if you're saying it was written down 10 years
How
after,
do you know
where's
it was
this
committed?
writing?
How do you know it was committed to memory?
You just said that.
No, I'm asking you. How do you know your source is committed to memory?
Oh, this is the hadith meta-analysis, which even Western academics confirm. That actually traces back to the prophets, where some of our biblical scholars say that our gospels do not even go back to. We don't even know who it goes back to. Our gospels.
Well,
This
that's
is
part
what
of the
Bar
problem.
Ehrman says. What?
Part of the problem.
Yeah, we don't even know who the gospels go back to. That is part of the problem, as Bar Ehrman states.
I'm asking you for the earliest attestation that you have for a miracle claim. You gave me something that was 2 generations after the claim.
So define what you're meaning by attestation, because you're saying that it's by memory. Okay.
I'm saying
then hadith is the same thing.
At best, you have a single stream. At best, you have something that's written 2 generations later.
This is what you're considering a single. It's multiple people. It's multiple different people in each chain.
But they're all.
This is how we do the hadith meta-analysis through the different people
within a single stream. You see the problem?
No, they're not. They're not within within.
Here's the problem.
When I see stream, when I hear, not to cut you off, but when I hear stream, I think of a riwaya, which is a chain. But there's multiple chains, and this is attested through all of the Islamic scholarship. Where one second. Can I just explain?
Is very apologetical. No,
because just let me explain, brother.
You're not.
No, you're just trying to cut me off in the middle of my statement. I didn't do this to you. I let you speak the whole time.
Because you're talking about something that is irrelevant.
According to you, right? But we have
I can explain why it's irrelevant, so you can understand.
The early Islamic scholars, that they would even be tested with the hadith by people actually switching the order of the narrators, and they would have to go back and reverse that back in order. And we do have attestations of that, the ways that they would test the memorizers of the hadith. But yeah, what are you saying about the one chain thing, one string or whatever?
It's the same thing I've been saying for about 20 minutes now, which is that you have a single stream of attestation, right? If I write a book and I say 10,000 people, I write in my book, I performed a miracle. 10,000 people saw me perform this miracle, and all 10,000 memorized what I did and committed it to memory, and all 10,000 of them wrote books about it. That is still just one single stream. That is one testimony, and it's one source. You see the problem?
Okay, but if you and someone else said it, and someone else said it, and we have the different streams incoming from those different people, that's a different story.
Yeah, I'll grant you that several generations later, there were a lot of Muslims. I grant that, and they probably all attested that Muhammad performed miracles, and that's.
I'm not saying several generations later. I'm saying several different companions narrating the same thing, each one going through different chains.
According
the
to how many
chains don't
streams?
the
So
chain, I'm saying, when a chain goes back to one person, right? In hadith literature, when a chain goes back to one person, it's what's considered gharib, which is strange. If they all go back to one person, so it has to be it's an unbroken chain of multiple different people going all the way back down to a different companion who had heard from the Prophet, which is what we consider mutawatir, or widely transmitted.
okay, but you understand from a historiographical perspective that has zero credibility. Just like
From a
if I showed
historical,
you. Well, now wait a second. You keep cutting me off too, and I don't. If you want to just keep talking, you're welcome to keep talking. But I mean, at some point, you may as well just record yourself and what you're saying. You haven't addressed the issue, right? If I show you a book on my desk that says I performed a miracle, okay, and that book says there are a bunch of people who saw me perform the miracle, and they all committed to memory that I performed the miracle, and they all verified it. That is still just one single stream. Oh, maybe we lost him.
Muslim, we cannot hear you.
Well, I think we probably lost him.
can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
Hello,
can hear
hello,
you.
hello.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's because that is your assumption that it's coming from one person, one source. That is the distinction that I'm making to you. It originates from different companions going down a completely different chain to a different narrator. Compilers are not people who heard the hadith or are part of the chain. None of the compilers are parts of the chain. I hope you understand that.
I
The
understand that,
compilers
but
only compile the complete chains.
it is still a single stream of attestation, right? In other words,
According to what?
according to what academic historians use to evaluate the veracity and verisimilitude of any historical claim.
And what do they use?
Again, there's about 13 different evaluative criteria.
Okay, so, and you're speaking of the historical critical method.
Across several disciplines, yeah.
Okay. So we have the, what is it? The criteria of embarrassment, and then...
Embarrassment is not one of my evaluative criteria because it's too subjectively defined.
Okay, so is this backed by scholarship or just your opinion?
It's lifted from what academic historians use. I tell you specifically, I looked at about 32 events that happened between 10 CE and 60 CE, all of which historians verify that happened. And then I looked at how historians know that those events happened. None of these are related to the Christian narrative specifically, right? So how do historians know that these events happened? It's based on certain evaluative criteria.
Okay, but you're saying that what you're quoting is from Christians themselves. So
No,
you're saying...
I'm not quoting Christians. None of these people are Christians. These are academic historians.
No, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about who originally narrated whatever you're saying. You're saying the thing from what was the thing you were saying within 10 years? Are you saying that these are non-Christians, or you're saying these are Christians? That's what you told me.
Within a generation, we have non-Christians who, again, join the itinerant teacher tradition.
Non-Christians attesting to what?
Two things. Number one, the fact that Jesus performed healing miracles, and number two, that Jesus resurrected.
Okay, so within 100 years, we have non-Christians attesting to Jesus doing miracles and resurrecting.
Yes.
The reason I'll agree with the whole resurrection thing is, if I'm presupposing my religion, right, it also fits into the narrative as well. So this might sound strange to you, but about the crucifixion itself, I can grant that historically it happened because history can't mark a miraculous claim. So a miraculous claim that it was made to appear so. Of course, history is going to say they seen him die, and the Quran confirms this. So I believe the that in the same story historically, that the Quran is correct in its claim that it was made to appear so. So what would we see from that? That would manifest in people saying that,
I
right?
understand what you're
So
saying.
what? Yeah.
I
Now,
don't know
in
that
the
well.
resurrection is someone who didn't actually die and then being alive. So then, of course, people are going to say he resurrected. So besides the resurrection, that you say miracles attested by non-Christians within 100 years from Jesus.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fine with me. I believe Jesus was a messenger. I mean, this does nothing for me. But what about divine claims?
Yes, claims of divinity. Yeah, coming from
Claims of
non-Christian.
divinity.
Yeah.
Okay, so claims of divinity from non-Christians within the first 100 years.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, where's that?
Pliny says that they worship Jesus as a god. Tacitus says that Jesus was a doer of paradoxical deeds. The Talmud says that Jesus led Israel astray to false idols and specific heresy towards himself. The Toledot Yeshu is another
That's
word.
nothing to do with God. But what was the first one you said?
We can take either one, but we can talk about the Toledot Yeshu. I'll give you. I mean, if you can produce a work within 100 years that says that Muhammad did something miraculous, that is written by someone who is not a Muslim, that'll be very impressive.
Wouldn't that lead to them being a Muslim?
No, there were many people who talked about who attested to the miraculous deeds of Jesus in one form or another, who were themselves not Christian. Some of them were itinerant teachers. Okay, some of them were Jews who were talking in the Toledot Yeshu or the Talmud.
And they can't be Christians
Even
nor Jewish Christians. No people who believe in Jesus.
Josephus did not believe in the divinity of Jesus, but he called Jesus a
He
doer.
believed he was a prophet.
No, Josephus did not believe that Jesus was a prophet.
What did he believe about Jesus?
That he was a doer of paradoxical deeds, that he led Israel astray, that he was worshipped. And he believes, he writes that Jesus appeared to his disciples after his death, or at least that his disciples believed that he had appeared to them after he had died.
Okay, so he wrote that Jesus appeared to people after he had died.
Yes, yeah, that's what Josephus writes.
Okay, and then your standard is not going to include people who were not Muslim and then upon hearing these claims became Muslim?
That's right, yes.
So people who remained non-Muslim.
Yeah, that'd be very impressive, yeah.
Okay. So people who, and then you're saying that what you have is people within the first 100 years of Jesus who believed that he made divine claims, that he's divine, he's consubstantial with the Father within 100 years.
I'm not saying consubstantial with the Father. I don't know why that's a phrase that you keep going back to. That's never a claim that I've made.
Okay, because many people are referred to in the Bible as some divine-like way. The Bible uses, interesting terminology by calling, many different people God, right? So that's where I'm differentiating between,
I disagree.
by how God could be used, right?
I disagree. I don't think there's many people in the Bible who are called God.
You don't think there's many people in the Bible who are called God?
No, but I really don't want you to deflect and go off on another radical that doesn't really lead anywhere. My point is the tenuous attestations behind the miracle claims in the Quran.
Okay, so the miracle claims that are in the Quran, a lot of the Quran is doing prophecy, and then we have a claim of the moon splitting, right? And then coming back. This is not in the Quran. That's in Hadith, right? In the Hadith, we have we have a king in India who he had seen this at this time, but later in his life he did meet the companions and he did become Muslim. But this is found in the Indian British Library, and you could still access this today.
And that was centuries later.
Was it centuries later? Let's see.
Yeah. The outside of the Quran, the first hadith that references the splitting of the moon is centuries later.
Yeah, I'm saying, just like you said with the memory, we have the
I mean,
same
don't you
thing
think
with the
somebody else
hadith.
would have noticed the moon being split? There's one person
We
outside of the Muslim world that noticed that the moon was split. Does
Can
that
you
does that
mention
not
any
does that not
literature from the 7th century that
does,
references the moon?
does that not bother you at all?
No, not at all, because can you mention any literature from the 7th century that references the moon or
I don't know
mentions the moon?
7th century literature that well, but I would hazard
Okay,
a guess that somebody at some point talked about the moon at some point in the 7th century.
okay, I don't see any literature that's referring to the moon near the 7th century.
I
You know, and
don't
I've
see
tried
it
to look
not.
up about
I
this.
don't see it as not a convincing argument to me. If you're like, I've done a study, I've looked at this,
Yeah,
nobody talks about
but
the
right
moon.
now you're trying to do an argument of silence. You know,
I'm not doing an argument of science. I'm saying if the
yeah,
moon was split in half, somebody would have noticed. And it
and
just
somebody
so
did.
happens that the only people who noticed were inside the Muslim world.
No, this person was outside the
And
Muslim
his
world, and
existence is only attested inside of the hadiths,
he
which
became
is again
Muslim,
back to a single stream.
and that's part of the Indian British library.
Yeah, I understand that. But look, if I perform a miracle and I write down in my own book that my neighbors saw me do the miracle, that doesn't carry any weight with anybody, including any historian and including me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so
I could
yeah, but
write a book saying 500 people saw me do a miracle.
yeah, this is
I could write a
exactly
book
what.
saying 1,000,000 people saw me do the miracle. That doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah, this is what a lot of the whole resurrection claims are. I mean, the whole crucifixion claims even are.
No, that's not true at all. The
That
crucifixion
is
is
true.
attested by
That
Tacitus.
is true.
When
A
he
lot
talks
of
about the
these claims
crucifixion,
that there's
Suetonius
5,000
talks about the
witnesses.
crucifixion. Tacitus talks about the crucifixion. Josephus talks about the crucifixion. The Talmud talks about the crucifixion. The Toledo Yeshu talks about the crucifixion.
I agree with that. I'm saying I agree with that, but a lot of these claims that are in there say 5,000 people, 5,000 witnesses, 10,000 witnesses, 500 witnesses, all these different things.
There's one claim that says 500. That's based on Paul, and
Mhm.
I would agree that Paul's saying that there were 500 people who saw it. That doesn't carry that much weight with it for me, honestly. If that's the only evidence that I had, Paul saying that 500 people saw that, I would say that is a single stream. Right? That's not impressive to me. What impresses me much more is that the governor of Galilee, within I think some maybe 2 decades or so after the death of Jesus, that he attests that the followers of Jesus believed that Jesus appeared to them. That is an external attestation saying that, from an external neutral source who actually had antipathy towards Jesus, antipathy towards the Christians, but he
Mhm.
attests that they had an experience that led them to believe that Jesus had appeared to them.
Okay,
And he
so
wrote about it in his own hand.
if I bring you an academic, would you trust a Western academic, non-Muslim, that says that these can go back to the companions? Because I say a lot of this stuff, there's Muslims who argue it better. It is above my pay grade, but if we
I
have
can tell you it's not.
using
There's a genuine paucity of literature here.
yeah, so using isnad meta analysis on early legal collections, Matsky proved that vast amounts of material were faithfully transmitted from the late 1st century AH. He argued that many traditions reliably go back to prominent companions and that transmission chains were not fabricated. And that's Matsky. And then there's also Gregor Shiloh and Andreas Gorky.
I think you're right. I think there's some stories that go back to a contemporaneous understanding, but the miracle claims seem extraneous to that. And I don't think you'll find a Western academic who will argue differently, who will say there is verisimilitude of the miracle claims in the Quran. And even if you did, I'd be like,
So
where is he getting that from?
yeah, so about the claim in the hadith about the Prophet multiplying food, this was a mutawatir, massively transmitted hadith. So this would most definitely be one of the ones that they're referring to, which is a miracle.
If there is,
what would you say to that?
If there is, I would say the same thing that I've been saying for the last I don't know, 30 minutes or so, that if I write a book saying that I did a miracle claim and that a bunch of people witnessed me doing the miracle claim, that doesn't mean that is still a single attestation. You see, I could write down that 10,000 people saw me do the miracle claim. I could write down 1 million people saw me do the miracle, right? I could write down that they all attested to me,
I'm saying, how do you think these academics who have no say in it are tracing this all the way back to the companions?
No academic,
if it's just a single chain.
No academic has ever, I've not seen an attestation.
I just brought you Matsky. I just brought you one.
Well, let me finish my sentence. I've never seen an academic arguing for the verisimilitude of the miracle claims of Muhammad. Now, I will say this as well, because this is another important point that we're overlooking, okay, which is that in Occidental literature, there are two different streams in how we treat the Bible, okay? One stream is the apologetical literature. That's Christians who are writing about the Bible, okay? A separate stream is the secular literature, okay? In the Arabic world literature, I know because I've researched this heavily and I've really looked carefully in the Arabic language literature. There is no such attestation. In other words, it's as though the entire field, if all I had in the Western world was textual criticism from Christians, you would naturally be very skeptical, right? But the entire Western world is mostly secular in terms of the academic career of those who have evaluated the New Testament, right? Those are mostly academicians. Most of them are not apologetical. Most of them are not Christian, right? Those are two separate patterns of analysis, one through the eyes of Christianity, the other through the eyes of secular academicians. There's no such division. There's no such parsing. There is no such discrete difference in the Arabic language literature. In other words, it's not like you have independent, neutral, scholarly literature in the Arabic language literature.
So this is from the Doctrine Yaqubi. So I, Abraham, inquired and heard from those who had met him that there was no truth to be found in this so-called prophet. So he was a Christian. He says that he holds the keys of paradise, right? So and then we have another one. Okay, this is a Syriac chronicle that records a battle between the Romans and the Arabs of Muhammad. Okay, Cebius, an Armenian bishop who writes, Muhammad was a merchant who began preaching God's command. He outlines Muhammad's strict laws. So it seems like he speaks positively of him.
Well, read that quote again, because there's nothing there that says that there is any verisimilitude to the miracle claims. Read that exact quote that you just read.
An Armenian bishop who writes that Muhammad was a merchant who began preaching God's command.
Let's slow down. I agree he was a merchant.
Yeah, who began preaching God's command. Do you agree with that?
I agree that he preached. Yeah, he was a preacher.
God's command?
I don't think he had any divine authority.
Okay, so you disagree with this. Who began preaching God's command?
That's a qualitative assessment. That's not a factual assessment. You're saying he spoke for God. If you're saying he was preaching, like, in other words, this is not an attestation. If I say somebody preached God's command, that doesn't necessarily mean that I am agreeing that they were divine. And that definitely doesn't mean that I saw any evidence that they were divine, right?
So by saying he preached God's command, you're saying it doesn't mean he preached God's command.
I could find probably 10 people at any local church who would talk about their pastor and saying he is preaching God's word. Right? That doesn't mean that any of them are attesting to anything miraculous or divine.
No, I'm not saying that's a miracle. I'm not saying that's a miracle. Right? But he is attesting to him preaching God's command.
Well, I agree Muhammad was a preacher.
That was preaching by God's command.
No, I don't see any evidence of that.
That Cebius, 660 CE. That's literally what he says.
And again, I could go to any church and find 10 people or more, probably a few dozen at every church, who would probably say that their pastor is preaching God's word. That doesn't mean that there's any verisimilitude to their pastor having actual divine authority. You see what I'm saying? In other words, is there any reason, based on that quotation, to believe that Muhammad had any divine authority? I would argue that the answer is no.
Wait, so you're saying that the non-Christians that
I'm saying you
attest
haven't
to
shown me
what
any
Jesus
evidence
is
at all.
saying. No, because I'm just bringing the same exact standard you just brought. The non-Christians,
Exactly, that's my
the
point.
non-Christians who had brought these claims. Where's the attestations of these claims? Like where are these? Where's the manuscripts that you're saying there's non-Christians that were claiming divine claims about Jesus within the first century? Where's that?
Not within the first, well, within the first century
You
of
just
Jesus.
said that. Yeah.
Within the first century of Jesus, yeah. Not within the first century CE.
Okay, where?
Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, the Testimonium Flavianum.
Let's see when that was.
It was written in
Josephus,
the year 90 or 95 or something.
Antiquity of the Jews.
Antiquities of the Jews.
Antiquities. Okay.
Yeah, or it may have been in the Jewish War, but it's the Testimonium Flavianum. He wrote it in around the last decade of the first century, so between 90 CE and 100 CE.
Okay, how do we know that he wrote it at this time? We've studied this. I'm genuinely asking you.
Yeah, I mean, T.C. Schmidt recently wrote a book about Josephus. I would direct you to his analysis.
So what's that? What is that analysis? How does he know that?
He's written a whole book about it. I'm not an expert on Josephus.
Oh, so you don't know how he knew that?
No, I know. I read the book, but
Okay, then how is it?
I wouldn't present the argument because you should just read the book yourself.
You can't tell me how.
I mean, I can't present every argument that is tangential and peripheral to Christian scholarship.
You're making the claim.
I'm making the claim that the analysis behind the Islamic miracle attestations is tenuous. You asked me a specific question, and I said Josephus in between 90 CE and 100 CE wrote the Testimonium Flavianum where he talked about Jesus.
You're saying that there was non-Christians who were saying that Jesus was claiming to be God. I can't say that he was God because then they'd just be Christians, but that he was at least doing things beyond a prophet. You know what I mean? So claiming to be God.
Yeah, and that he was treated as a god. Yeah, and that's well understood. There's I think it's called Noma Sanctorum, which is the sacred names. So that's the practice that was developed in the first century of not referring to God, like not writing down the word God, right? But by using sigils so that you weren't writing down the name of God. And this same practice was used for Jesus, indicating that we have written documentation from the first century that there was divine consideration of Jesus.
Mainstream historians almost universally agree that early scribes interpolated the passage when copying Josephus's manuscripts over the centuries. The reasons include Josephus lived and died a Pharisaic Jew. If he had truly believed Jesus was the Messiah or doubted his status as a mere man, he would have been a Christian. Okay, I don't think that's that strong. Because I'm not disingenuous. Missing early Christian citations. Early Christian writers such as Origen in 3rd century explicitly wrote that Josephus did not believe Jesus was the Christ. Okay, Origen, and it also says that
Origen criticizes Josephus because Josephus was a Jew. Josephus was not somebody who believed that Jesus was divine. But he does attest that Jesus was worshipped as though he was divine. And again, he attests that the people who were followers of Jesus believed that Jesus appeared to them. Now,
different people in the Bible receive worship. What are you saying? That's not the only one that receives worship.
I'm not an expert in the Old Testament, but you're welcome to bring up examples of people in the Old Testament who were worshipped as a god.
We could, I could pull
I don't
that up.
think there's anyone in the New Testament who's worshipped as a god.
I don't know about. We could pull that up right now, but Josephus never claimed Jesus said he was God anywhere in Antiquity of the Jews, nor does he claim it himself.
No, that's not true. He says in the Testimonium Flavianum that Jesus appeared to his followers. First of all, he said that Jesus' crime was leading Israel astray.
Okay.
The accusation is a theological one, and it was a theological accusation of false idolatry. And he also calls Jesus a doer of paradoxical deeds.
Okay. What does this have to do with miracles? And if he's claiming he did miracles, I mean, it doesn't go. It's not the miracles, because if he's claiming he did miracles, that's great. It goes exactly with the Islamic belief. So, what is he claiming that is
What I'm telling you is a ranking
anything?
argument. I'm saying that there are attestations behind the miracle claims of Jesus, that there are several evidentiary pattern lines of analysis. And I'm saying that the evidence that Muhammad did anything special other than being a warrior conqueror is essentially nothing.
I can bring you academics who are saying that his the hadith go back to the companions themselves, and that these
Yeah,
hadith were not
I think
changed.
there's, and I would agree, there are some things that are contemporaneous to our understanding of Muhammad, but I don't think you could find an academician who's going to be able to make a convincing case to me that there is any verisimilitude behind the miracle claims of Muhammad. You see, that's the whole thing that I'm arguing for. It's the CTF. It's a ranking argument. Which theology has the best, the most robust, the most numerous, the most multipartite, independent attestations of the miracle claim behind the origin of that specific religion?
That doesn't negate Islam, though, who also believes that Jesus.
No, you're right. It's a ranking argument. I'm saying the argument for Islam is tenuous.
Okay, so, and we do have academics who are. So you're granting that those academics know that those at least go all the way back to the companions who really did witness a miracle.
No.
Okay.
I don't think any academic would say that.
No academics. Obviously, they're not going to say that about Christianity either, unless they're Christians, right? But I'm saying that
I think every academic,
the companion really believes that they had witnessed the miracle.
Every academic who has studied Jesus would agree with the statement that Jesus had a reputation as a wonder worker that even his most strident enemies attested to altogether, and that's very unusual. Did you know that there's no one else from the ancient world who even has any kind of similar reputation for that? The closest example is Vespasian, who's the emperor of Rome during after Jesus, and this was probably modeled after the testimonies that were circulating about Jesus.
So
I'm just saying that there's evidence that Jesus
say that one more time. My bad. I zoned out for a second.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. I mean, I to be honest, I mean, here are the other problems. I mean, I find the Quran to be a deeply problematic work, right? First of all, Muhammad, married Aisha when she was 6 years old. Okay.
Where's that against the Bible?
He consummated. I'm just saying this is morally problematic in my opinion. Okay. He consummated the marriage when he was 9.
Who created this moral standard? What moral standard?
Let me finish my sentence.
Go ahead.
There are parts of the Quran that are deeply problematic. If there was somebody who had married somebody when she was 6 years old, I would not want them to be a teacher at my school. I would not want them as a neighbor. I would not want them in my community. If they were working in an organization, I would not want to work in the organization. And I think there are other deeply problematic parts of the Quran. Saying that polytheists deserve to die is deeply problematic. And listen, let me hear me out. Let me finish.
Taking it out of context, though.
Muslim,
and it's also shotgunning too. I could go start doing a bunch of things right now, but
okay. Well, let me finish. Let me finish my thought.
Let's handle some. I know.
Let me finish my thought.
This is what's called shotgunning. But go ahead.
This is not called shotgunning. This is
you're just throwing out a bunch of different things. Let me handle these things one thing at a time. Whatever you're saying.
About Jews as apes. This also is deeply problematic to me. There are many other aspects of the Quran that are deeply problematic. To be honest, I can't find a single teaching that would compel me to stop what I'm doing and start following Muhammad. I like teachings of Joseph Smith. There's all kinds of people who've had great teachings. I can't find a teaching in the Quran that I find to be uniquely venerable.
Really? So in the Quran it says, one second. In the Quran, not to cut you off, but in the Quran it says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم وعباد الرحمن الذين يمشون على الأرض هونا وإذا خاطبهم الجاهلون قالوا سلاما, which means, and the servants of the Most Merciful walk upon the earth humbly, and when the foolish address them improperly, they only respond with peace. That's a beautiful teaching.
And
And this,
as
I'm
I
not someone
said,
who's memorized like
and
the
as I
Quran. Of
said,
course, there's many more, but
and as I said, it's nice to say that we should be humble, but that is not a statement that comes uniquely from the Quran. It comes from
and
much earlier testimonies. I mean, for instance, the Old
yeah,
Testament talks about humility. It says walk in humility. I think that's from like Micah 6:4.
yeah, but from the Islamic framework, we believe that these can be
I'm saying,
reminiscences from God. Yeah,
is there a teaching that is uniquely, that's the word I use specifically, uniquely?
we believe it originated from the same God. So
I
that's
know, but
not
who
gonna.
cares? Who
I'm
cares if it's
saying
not a good
if
teaching?
if it is unique, it's gonna be kind of weird. You know what I mean? To like,
Okay, but
there probably is. You know what I mean? That we can find. I
okay,
haven't memorized the whole Quran or
give me your
Hadith.
favorite unique teaching that is unique to the Quran that is morally praiseworthy. And I'm
Okay,
not
okay,
disagreeing with
okay,
you. You know
okay.
the
That
Quran better than I do. You may have
okay.
better examples of me. I'm
Yeah.
genuinely asking from a perspective of humility, saying, teach me. If there's a teaching
Okay.
that I've overlooked, please
Yeah.
let me know what it is. But it has to be unique.
Okay. So
Yeah.
unique, and if we're looking for unique, that same verse that says if you kill an innocent person, it's as if you killed all humanity. Also says if you save an innocent life, it's as if you had saved all of humanity. I believe this beautiful and unique that you find in the Quran. Then
It's
there's
not
yeah.
unique. Thou shalt not kill, respect for human life. Those predate the Quran.
You're saying the morals. The morals are going to be practically the same.
Okay,
Because we
then
believe
what's
it
the
comes
point?
from, or it
What,
originates from the same, it
then
originates
what's the
from the
point of
same God who
then
doesn't
what's
change his
okay?
morals.
Okay, that's fine. Then why should I read the book then?
Because people corrupted the message. They took Jesus beyond that to be God,
What is a
where
lesson?
he clearly rejects being God. So,
Look,
yeah,
I'm asking you for a very simple task. Give me a
yeah.
teaching that is morally praiseworthy that
hmm
uniquely arises from the Quran.
So you're saying something that God, where he changes
Here's
his
okay,
morals?
let me give you a thought experiment. Okay,
hmm
I've read the Book of Mormon. Okay, a bunch of
hmm
Mormons come by my house and talk to me often, and I'm happy to have a conversation with them. I've read the Book of Mormon several times. Now, to be honest, it's I don't think it's very good. Okay, but they very passionately attest to the fact that Joseph Smith was divine, right? And
hmm
often I have this conversation. I say, if he doesn't have any useful messages for me, if there's nothing that I can find in this book that I can't find elsewhere, what do I even care if he was divinely inspired? So I'm now posing that same question to you. If there's nothing in the Quran that doesn't come from elsewhere,
hmm
why?
So,
In other words,
okay, so
look,
in the
I mean,
Quran,
it
can
would
I
take.
bring you one? What
Let me
you're asking
refine
for?
my question just so you understand my background. It would take a lot for me to believe that somebody who married a 6-year-old was divinely inspired by God. Okay, but
Okay, so
if you had like incredibly morally resonant teachings that could not be found anywhere else, then I think okay, I might be more compelled by the teaching. And I've read the Quran before, but I may have
mhm.
overlooked parts before.
Okay, so if he consummated at 9 years old, which I know you might say is not much better.
That's
The
not true.
Bible, there's nothing against this in the Bible. In fact, the Bible says to take the virgin little girls for yourself. So how are you saying that you could more likely believe in someone who's literally commanded Moses to take the virgin little girls for himself?
Okay, again, what you're doing right now is called deflecting. Okay, I'm
No,
not
I'm
I'm
just saying you're more
theologically
no,
not committed.
you're
I'm
okay, you're not theologically okay, so we don't find a better standard in the Bible.
I find the teachings of Jesus to be very beautiful. I
You
could rattle off
I'm
what
saying
some of those teachings are.
we don't find any better standard in the Bible. In the Bible, what happens if he's worried that his wife is not a virgin? Do you know what he does in the Old Testament? He brings her out, and the elders of the community, they grab up their stones. If she can't produce the bloody white towel, she's
Okay,
stoned to death.
again, I think what you're doing right now is deflecting. You're saying, look at this objectional passage in the Old Testament. That
hmm
doesn't make the Quran a more praiseworthy moral document to me.
Yeah, I believe that is better in morals. I believe that the Quran does not
Okay,
have
okay,
something
but
like that.
listen,
Yeah,
listen. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not saying
it does make
compare
it
the
better
Quran to
morally.
the Old Testament. That's not what I'm saying. Look, to be honest,
Yeah, to be Christian, you have to grant the Old Testament. You believe it's from God, so you have to believe God revealed that.
and like I
You're
said,
not going to say God
I'm
made
not
mistakes.
theologically. No, but do you understand that the claim that I'm making is completely different from what you're saying? You're asking me
What
to
I'm
compare the.
saying, what framework is better? There's if you can't tell me a framework that's better.
Bertrand Russell, Immanuel Kant. I think there are a lot of really
So
great
the
moral
atheist
teachings.
framework, none of those are objective morals.
Soren Kierkegaard. I'm just saying, look, if Muhammad was
Yeah,
divinely
I'm
inspired,
saying these are all subjective morals. You can go ahead and make your own moral framework and then say I think it's better because it tickles me the right way. It doesn't matter. I'm saying what religious framework is better.
it doesn't. It doesn't. Why does it have to? I,
There's
I
none. There's none. Right?
look.
But
I'm
back
just.
to what you were saying. Can
Okay.
I
Okay.
want to answer your previous
Can I
question.
can I clarify my question? Or you're saying you don't want to answer it?
No, I want to answer it. Go ahead.
Okay. Find me one unique moral teaching that is venerable, that is admirable, that is
Okay.
unique to the Quran. Because
Okay.
honestly, if there's no moral teachings in it that are useful to me, then why should I follow a guy who married a 6-year-old? I shouldn't.
There's no problem with this and he consummated at 9. So you're saying marriage in the rabbinic traditions which Christians grant that marriage you can
I don't care
yeah,
about
it's
that.
Islamically you cannot even be
I
alone
don't
with
care about
them
rabbinical
until you
teaching.
consummate the marriage, right?
I don't get
Just
this is
just to grant
deflection.
that.
This is
Yeah.
deflection. I don't care
But
about the rabbinical teaching. I'm
I
telling
know,
you,
just because you're trying to do something to pull emotion, right?
no,
But
no. I'm not trying to do something to pull emotion. I'm asking you
yeah,
a
because you keep
genuine.
going back to 6. But
No, I'm asking you a genuine question. Why should I follow this guy who did something that I find to be morally repugnant if there's no
what I'm
uniquely
I'm saying
admirable
what
moral
you
teachings
think
in the
is
book?
morally repugnant, quite frankly, doesn't matter.
But you're not listening
You
to
know
the
what I
rest of
mean?
the
That
question.
just yeah.
I feel like you're
Go
not
ahead.
hearing the rest of the question though.
What's the rest of the question? You find it morally repugnant.
Yeah, I find what Muhammad did morally repugnant. So why
Okay.
should I, if there's not any admirable moral teachings in the Quran, why should I follow this
Okay.
individual who at the very
L-
least is morally problematic?
let's go to the Quran. It says idfa' billati hiya ahsan. Um so good and evil cannot be equal. Repel what is evil with what is better, and your enemy will become as if he were a close friend.
Yeah, that's a good
idfa'
teaching, but it's
billati
not
hiya
unique to the Quran.
I don't see that. Is that in the Bible? Where's that?
Right here, Matthew chapter
I don't see.
5, verse 43.
What
You
does he
have
say?
heard that it was said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I say to you, love your enemies, bless those who curse you, do good to those who hate you, and pray for those who
Mhm.
spitefully use you and persecute you, that you may be the sons of your Father in heaven.
So I'd say it's pretty similar to love. It's a little different by repel what is evil with what is better, and your enemy will become as if he's a close friend. Makes it a little more unique, but I could see the similitude between love your enemy. I can see the similitude, but I don't even know why I'm finding this if we believe that the morality comes from God, and it was the same God who originally inspired the scriptures.
Okay,
So
I can explain why this is a compelling question for me, right? Because
yeah, why is
if
that?
I shouldn't live my life any differently, then the even though I think there's not
No,
much
you should live your life differently. In Islam, the women still cover themselves. In Christianity, people have found reasons not to. It's no offense to Christianity, but in Christianity, I couldn't see anything biblically wrong with eating human flesh. All foods have been made clean for you. And even there's nothing explicitly that's stating that you can't be kissing, making out, doing all this stuff before marriage. Islam is forbidding the doorsteps to even get close to there. And Islam is also teaching you to pray 5 times a day, and it's having it mandatory, whereas a lot of Christians are only going to the church on their Sunday. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that are going to further bring your closeness with God that are instructed and practiced by Islam, like the modesty, like the women covering up, like not even coming close to doing it before marriage, like not, listening to music, as music can, turn the heart and it could bring some disgusting things. There's a lot of things that are not, they're not against the Bible, and especially when we believe that, in Christianity, all people, whether you are worshiping God your whole entire life, or whether you're somebody who just constantly just keeps sinning, you never go back to God, but you believe that Jesus is your Lord and Savior, you're in the same place. Whereas Islam delivers a lot better justice, where you both do make it to heaven for being believers, but God does have people in higher ranks in heaven. That there are people who have been, practicing, avoiding temptations even more. God knows it's more difficult upon these people. We find examples of this in Islam. This is a strictly Islamic belief. The praying in God, the praying to God, the modesty, the actually practicing the higher ranks in paradise, which people are worthy of and other people are not worthy of. You can only find this in Islam.
Do you know who Hannah Arendt is?
No.
Have you ever heard the phrase "the banality of evil"?
No.
Okay, Hannah Arendt is one of the most influential political science theorists of the last 100 years. She
Mhm.
herself is an atheist, okay? Most of the work that she's done is in understanding the nature of evil in humans, why we do things that are evil, okay? One of her biggest works is on the need for us to forgive ourselves and to forgive others. And she thinks that the only cure for evil in the world is forgiveness, okay? Now,
Okay.
she is an atheist, okay? But she cites Jesus constructively and directly, and Jesus completely informs her perspective. It contextualizes her perspective. And one of the most influential political science writers of the last century was somebody who cited Jesus constructively and directly, even though she was an atheist, and showed that the lessons of Jesus should be recapitulated and contextualized in our own understanding of how we interact with each other politically. And this has major sociological ramifications. And it also has major implications in terms of understanding the nature of who we are as human beings. This came from the teachings of Jesus. It was a tool from the teachings of Jesus that was marshaled by an atheist. But this is an atheist showing us that we can understand ourselves and understand our interrelationships better through the hermeneutical key, through the lens of the teachings of Jesus. Now, I agree with Hannah Arendt. That's not a theological claim. And it's not a claim that I need to accept anything from history to embrace. In
I
other
know.
words,
Yeah.
if I don't believe anything about the miracle claims about Jesus, I can still
Mhm.
say this was a brilliant teaching. And there are still, even in our contemporary time, things that we can learn by unpacking this teaching. I don't see any parallel anywhere in the Quran for that. And if I did, it would be a more compelling book. But if there's no impacts on how I should live my life, then in other words, everything that you cited is begging the question, and the reason why is because you're saying if this is how you get closer to God, then God telling you how to do this means that you should do it, right? But if the divine basis for the Quran to me is questionable in and of itself, then none of that matters. My whole point is this: there are teachings from Jesus that even atheists use to contextualize what we are as human beings and to contextualize our relationships with each other. And those lessons are very good, independent of whether or not you accept the miracle claims. I don't see a single parallel in the Quran for a lesson like that.
So if those people, first of all, we don't know what they knew about the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu, or if they studied his life. But
Hannah Arendt is a widely read scholar. She's been asked that question specifically. She has actually read the Quran, even though she herself is an atheist.
read the Quran doesn't mean that she's looked into the Hadith literature and studied Islam like how she studied the Bible, right?
Well,
But
she's an atheist. She hasn't studied the Bible.
okay, like how she's looked into the Bible, right? We don't know if she's looked into the Quran
I
in the
could
same way
cite
that she
I
said
could
she
cite a
read it.
dozen other atheists just like
Hmm.
her who have written seminal papers in their disciplines in the last 100 years by citing the teachings of Jesus directly and constructively.
Yeah, and they've read the Quran just like how they've read the Bible.
I'm sure they're very familiar with the Quran.
That's just
Just
an
like I am.
assumption.
I've read the Quran too. How many hadiths
Yeah,
do I have to read before I get the point?
I'm saying all this is like,
These are
first of
all
all, simply
atheists. None
just
of this is faith based.
yeah, this is purely just emotion speaking. You know what I mean? And
This is
does
the
he tickle?
opposite of emotional.
I know. Yeah, this is saying, okay, it didn't tickle me the right way. You know what I mean?
No. This is
But
not saying it didn't tickle me the right way. This is saying there is nothing that I can cite constructively and directly
yeah,
from the
that's just a
Quran.
lie. So, for
Give me
example,
a
there's a
moral
verse.
teaching from the Quran that I can cite directly and constructively to advance my understanding of human nature or my understanding of morality.
Okay, there's this
Women should
verse.
cover themselves up is a problematic example. I'm happy to like go down that road. To me, that's not an admirable teaching.
You know that Jesus says in the Bible, for a woman's head should be covered, for if her hair is uncovered, it is as if her head is shaven. So if it is shameful for her head to be shaven, let her cover her head.
Again, that's deflection. It's not really relevant to my point.
That's
I'm not.
deflection. Okay.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you for a single, resonant, beautiful moral teaching in the Quran that is unique to the Quran that didn't exist until the Quran was written.
I'm just saying that was just a 1-to-1 ratio when you talk about women covering.
I know, but you keep bringing up other things in the Bible that I find objectionable.
What are we comparing right now? We're doing the Quran and the Bible. This is the whole argument right now. Look at the panel we're on.
And I've told you that there are teachings of Jesus that can be cited directly. Come on,
you're quoting the Bible, right? So now, if we look in the Quran, it says, "And give food." This is talking about the righteous inhabitants of paradise.
Do you understand? Do you not understand what I'm doing,
bro? This is. I'm bringing you what you're asking for.
No, because I really want to underscore.
I'm bringing you what you're asking for, brother.
What you just said indicates that you don't understand the standard that I'm advocating for here.
You're looking for something unique, right? So in the Quran, it says about the. Okay.
All right. No, that's fine. Go ahead. That's fine.
Okay, and beautiful is a subjective term, but I believe you're gonna find this beautiful. This next one. So this is describing the inhabitants of paradise. Right, and it says, and they give food despite their own love for it to the needy, the orphan, and the captive, saying, we feed you only for the countenance of Allah. We wish not from you any reward or gratitude. So I find the beauty in that, not just that they're giving it to the needy, but specifically that the intention is only giving it for God. They don't even want a thank you from them. They don't even want gratitude from them. Nothing.
Yeah, but the reason why they're doing that is teleological, right? They specifically acknowledge that. They're saying we're doing this for the reward that we get from Allah. You see what I'm saying? That's problematic.
They say we only do it for Allah. It didn't say
Jesus said, whatever you do for the least of us, you do for me. So again, it's not unique to the Quran.
That's what Jesus is saying, right? But I'm saying that these are the people, the servants who are saying this.
I'll let BBN chat for a while because I appreciate your valiant attempts to try to show me that there's something morally good here, but to me there are things that are problematic and there are things that are neutral. So on the wash, it's hard to justify.
All that you're saying is that it's neutral when you're gonna find beautiful morals in the Bible and you're gonna find beautiful morals in the Quran. And for some reason, you just look at the ones in the Quran and you're like, oh, I don't like it. And then you look at the ones in the Bible and you're like, that one tickles me right.
This is not, it tickles me right, Muslim. And that's why I said, let me explain my decision criteria to you.
Okay.
And you said, no, I'm just going to keep talking. And so that's the problem is when you plow through something and then you try to make the case afterwards, ignoring what I just said, then
I bet you almost anything you could find that's going to be morally beautiful in the Bible you'll probably find it in some other text, maybe some Hindu scripture, some older, Buddhist scripture, different things. You find the same thing.
That's absolutely not true. And I know that because I've actually done the comparative theological analysis.
Okay, so as in loving God, I think Buddhists don't believe in God.
Okay,
right. But we believe in these morals are both from God anyways.
I can give you 3 examples if you want, that show up in the teachings of Jesus for the first time that don't show up in the historical record prior to that.
Okay, so what? I'm saying we believe in Jesus. We love Jesus. This doesn't do anything for Islam.
No, but Muslim, I think you just don't understand what I'm saying.
You have to understand that you're setting like some strange criteria that, yes, even
I'm
though the
not saying
Muslims
it's
claim,
strange criteria.
just hear me out. You're saying even though the Muslims believe that they're from the same God and they're messengers who are calling towards the same God, because one of them has the same morality and he came later, then I wouldn't believe him.
Look, Mormons say the same thing. They say everything good about Jesus is a reason to follow Mormonism. They say exactly the same thing. They make almost exactly the same pitch that you just made, almost verbatim to the way that you made it.
Yeah, and I'm saying that Jesus made the same claim when it came to being one to come after Moses. And when the Jews are saying it's closed
Okay,
off.
and if that was Jesus' only claim, I wouldn't find him very interesting. Right? What I find interesting about Jesus is his moral claims that were unique to Jesus. And I'm happy to give you some examples of those.
Okay, an example of a
first time
moral
from
claim
Jesus.
that Christians may believe is unique to Jesus is that if the woman can't produce a bloody white towel, she gets stoned to death. You find that morally beautiful?
No, I would
Okay.
never defend that.
Oh,
I'm just telling you that
okay.
I have teachings of
All
Jesus.
right, so I mean, you're just floating on water and like with no stance.
I'm not.
Like it's all you.
I feel
I
like
know,
you're not understanding what I'm saying in very, very clear English, and I've said it several times, and you keep talking over me, and that may be one of the reasons why you're missing it. But what I'm saying is very clear. There are at least
You
some
talked
things.
over me a lot, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, do you want to hear this or not? If you don't want to hear it, and you're like, I don't really care, that's fine.
I'm right
I'm
here,
okay with it.
brother. Go ahead.
All right, okay. So what I'm saying is there a constructive, beautiful, directly citable moral teaching in the Quran that can be built off of and that can refine my understanding of what it means to be a morally good person and what it
Okay,
means
wait.
to understand human nature?
Say all those
Muslim,
criteria.
come on, you're not letting me finish.
No, I'm asking because I want to hear what you're saying so I could grant it. Say it again. Just the there's three different things you said there. Unique, and then what
I
else?
feel like I keep saying the same thing over and over again, and I feel like you're just not understanding.
Just say what you're saying.
Do you agree that there are at least some things in the Quran that are problematic?
No, definitely not. I love everything in the Word of God.
Apes, you don't think that's problematic?
I have to see the context that it's in and how it's referring.
You can look it up. I'll let you look
Where
it
it
up.
says, yeah. I think when it says like the monkeys with the books, yeah, this is referring to that they have the knowledge from God, yet they didn't accept the Messiah to come to them. So in that regard, then that's fine. Yeah,
Okay,
no
well,
problem.
I think it's problematic to talk about any ethnic group of humans as being apes. I think that's
okay. It might not tickle you the right way, but I mean,
it's not
fine.
that it doesn't tickle me the right way, Muslim. You keep saying that as though this is all subjective preference.
It
what
is.
I'm giving you as a standard.
You're saying I don't think that that's right. Even in that context where they're rejecting the Messiah.
I'm giving you three very simple standards. Okay. Standard number one: is it a morally good teaching? Okay. Plus,
that's subjective. Morally good according to who?
Anything that you can defend as morally good is fine with me. Okay. Plus, listen to me.
Anything you agree with.
Muslim, you're not listening. This is the problem. And then okay, that's fine. I'll let BBN talk because I feel like I'm talking.
I'm listening, brother. Go ahead.
You keep saying you're listening, and then every time I get to like my statement, you like talk over me, man. It's just that's all right. BBN, what's up? What's up?
I'm silent, man. Go ahead.
You keep saying that you're silent, but you're not. It's fine.
Brother, I'm right here. Go ahead. Whatever you're asking for, I'll try to bring it. Go ahead.
BBN, what's up with you?
Hey, what's up, BBN? How you doing?
Good.
Oh, there's another
Living
person?
the dream.
Yeah.
Good to see you, man.
I brought BBN up.
Good to see you, bud.
He's an atheist. He wanted to ask you a few questions. Muslim.
I wanted to bring the guy this though. And if you otherwise must turn away from the needy, seeking mercy from your Lord, which you exert, then speak to them in a gentle, comforting word. Do you find that morally beautiful? I mean,
yeah, that's a good teaching. Yeah, sure.
And there's another verse.
They asked for something different from the others, not something you can find.
Yeah, see, BBN's been here for like 2 minutes.
Where do you find that? Where do you find that in the Bible?
Well, what's the general thing it's saying?
I've told you, Muslim. I'm happy to give you examples of the teachings of Jesus that are unique, that show up in Jesus for the first time. They're morally good teachings that are citable, that can be directly and constructively used, and have been used by contemporaneous thinkers.
Yeah, Matthew chapter 5
Okay,
has a
so
lot of those.
there's another verse.
I
And
keep
this is
offering to
just
give you
one from
examples. You
memory.
keep saying, here's another verse.
No, because I'm just bringing you what you're asking for. So there's
You're
another.
not bringing, I guarantee you're not going to bring me what I'm asking for. But go ahead. Go ahead.
So there's another verse where it talks about the disbelievers, and usually most other religions and Christianity are going to speak harshly of the disbelievers, but it says, for you, I don't worship what you worship, nor do you worship what I worship. And then again, like, I don't worship what you worship, you don't worship what I worship. So for you is your religion, and for me is my religion, which I feel like shows. Oh, and there's another one too, and that one I feel like shows a beautiful way to deal with disbelievers. I don't know if you find anything like that in the Bible. And then there's another verse in the Quran that it says, for you will find the people who are closest to you in love. Another translation says closest to you in faith, to be the Christians, for they have priests and pastors and people who are not amongst the arrogant. I don't know where the Bible speaks of disbelievers like this.
It does. It says show kindness and show mercy to those who doubt. What about fight those? Here, let me give you some teachings that I find to be very, very interesting.
And bring the chapter and verse,
yeah,
please.
Yeah, this is chapter and verse. Yeah. Fight those who do not believe in Allah until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. I'm sorry, that's not from the Bible. That's from the Quran. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, what's the chapter and verse?
Here's one. If they turn back,
hey, wait. You said you're going to bring me chapter and verse. Bring me chapter and verse. No, we're going to deal with one at a time.
I think this
bring me chapter and verse for the last one. I'll find it myself because you don't want to bring it.
I'm pretty sure this is from the Bible.
Fight those.
If they turn back, then seize them and kill them wherever you find them. Oh, that's
kill
not
them wherever you find them. Okay, so we'll just do your shotgunning game. So in the Bible,
here's one from the Bible. Here's a good teaching
take the virgin little girls, lachem for yourself.
Here's a good teaching.
Kill all the men, all the boys of the men. So all the little boys.
Okay.
Kill all the women.
Admonish them, abandon them in bed, and strike them. That's how you treat our wives.
Only leave alive for yourselves the virgin little girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him. Those are the ones you keep alive for yourselves. I'm saying all you're doing is shotgunning.
He's reading it because he's deflecting, because I'm asking him for something different.
You can't even. I can't bring you the context if you're not even bringing chapter and verse like you said you would. You said you would, and then you lied. You're scared to do it. So I'm bringing you Bible verses.
Chapter 9,
I guarantee you could read the context and you won't find anything that helps.
9 verse 29. Fight those who do not believe in Allah until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued.
Okay, now let's go to Quran 9 before you shotgun anything else. Right? So we'll go to Surah Tawbah and we'll see what's being talked about here. 9:29, right? Okay, so now I'm pulling it up right now. So give me 1 second. O believers, indeed the polytheists are spiritually impure, so they should not approach the sacred mosque after this year. If you fear poverty, Allah will enrich you out of His bounty. If He wills, surely Allah is all-knowing, all-wise. Fight those who do not believe in Allah on the last day, nor comply with what Allah and His Messenger forbidden, nor embrace the religion of truth among those who are given the scripture until they pay the tax, willingly submitting. Okay, willingly. Okay, fully humbled. The Jews say Ezra is the son of Allah, while the Christians say the Messiah is the son of Allah. Such are baseless assertions. So this, do you know what context this was revealed in?
Can I give you 2 reasons why the context that you're going to cite doesn't matter? Because number one,
no, because this was revealed during
let me
time
finish
of
my
war.
thought. Look, I let you talk for quite a while. Let me say something now. Okay. Number one, there's nothing that you read that that contradicts the meaning here that you should fight and subdue others. Okay, that's a morally repugnant teaching. Okay, number two, you yourself started this conversation with me saying, shout out to those who have killed people, shout out to those who have died in bloodshed, shout
Who
out
have
to those who
defended
have
themselves,
taken lives.
who defended themselves from
Yeah,
people who are
and
going to
that
kill
shows
even
me
more.
that you're, I mean, frankly, I'm just being honest with you. That shows me that your own personal moral priorities are skewed. The taking of
According
life
to
is
you,
treated somberly and tragically.
You are not God. I mean,
No,
like,
no, but I guarantee you, God believes in the sanctity of life. If there is a God, then God believes in the sanctity of life. God doesn't
if
want
God
us to
believed in
glorify.
sanctity of life, then why would
God,
He
God
say,
doesn't want us.
if you're arguing from the biblical
Muslim, let me
framework,
finish.
to
Let me
kill
finish.
all
I
the
let you
men,
talk
all
for
the
quite
women,
a
all the
while.
children? Go ahead.
If there is a God, God believes in the sanctity of life. There is nothing here
According to what?
in Muslim. Come on.
I mean, you're just making assertions.
And you're just deflecting.
I'm bringing you the ratio for what you're saying. So you brought a verse that is in the context of war.
Okay, and you read it in the context, and there's nothing in the context that takes away the idea that you should fight people, that you should make them submit to paying the jizya and make them feel themselves subdued. That is a repugnant teaching.
Well, it says willingly, and this is also in the time of war.
Feel themselves subdued.
Yeah, this was revealed during wartime, so it has to be
okay, and it was revealed during wartime. But tell me where it says you shouldn't do this during peace times.
Oh yeah, I could bring you that. In battle with.
I added Ziggy to our conversation as well.
Ziggy.
Yeah. Shout out my blood of Ziggy.
Hey.
Muslim, I just don't think we're going to see eye to eye on this. We have different priorities. I believe in the sanctity of life, and I just don't see anything that's morally redeeming from the repugnant practices of Muhammad and some of the moral repugnancies in the Quran that you're citing.
I mean, I have no idea how anyone with any eyes or brain could think the Bible's in the least bit better or even close. But
I told you I'm not theologically committed. This is not me competing against the Bible. This is not me weighing the Quran against the Bible. This is me weighing the Quran by itself, looking at it objectively, independently, at its own merits.
You're saying objectively, you're judging the Quran off of you. So this is your feelings.
I'm using the sanctity of life as a moral evaluative criteria, and I'm saying the Quran does not meet that criterion.
And who made this your authority?
The sanctity of life?
Yeah, I mean, it's not in the Bible. It's not in the Quran. As in the way you're describing it, like not to kill anybody.
At least you admit it's not in the Quran. I appreciate that.
No, I'm saying in your way of saying not to kill anybody ever.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. The sanctity of life is not in the Quran. That to me makes it a morally repugnant document.
According to you, because how you're defining the sanctity of life.
That's fine. If you're saying
according to you,
that's fine. If you're saying the sanctity of life is not a value that you care about, then that's fine. We're not going to see eye to eye.
It depends. So can someone not defend themselves? And if someone's going to break in and kill them and kill their wife,
we've already been over this.
Then yeah, that's different.
We've already been over this.
I can hear you.
Can I just interject for 1 second?
Yeah.
Good.
So just a little bit about myself for now. So I'm Muslim by definition. Okay. I should be a better practicing Muslim, and but I love learning about Christianity and other religions, and I like because there's certain things in Islam that doesn't make sense to me, and certain things in Christianity, and so on and so forth. But putting that aside, when it comes to the sanctity of life, from what I've read in parts of the Quran, there's I can't pinpoint a specific verse, but it says like if someone was to murder somebody, it's as if they have killed all of mankind, and if they saved somebody, it's as if they saved all of mankind. So there's something to about sanctity of life when it comes to the Quran, and it's more like if you go by statistics, it's like 97% I think ethics and like 3% commandments. Like if you go by like the statistics about it?
Sure. I'll grant you that there are some parts of the Quran that say that that sort of seem to imply that life is sacred, right? But
Yeah.
there are other parts that seem to contextualize the sanctity of life to those who pay the jizya, who follow Allah, who are not Jewish people because it calls Jewish people apes, who are not polytheists because it says that polytheists
That's
should
a
die.
context. Out of context.
Well,
What's the context that makes it good?
Read the
The
context.
context that
Read the context that makes it okay to call Jewish people apes.
Those Jewish people who are rejecting the truth, and to the Christians, they'll agree with this, rejecting
Okay,
the
so
Messiah.
if they don't agree with you, you can call them an ape and you can kill them. Great. That's not
Can't
sanctity of life.
you can kill them? You just threw that in there. Why did you farted that out, brother? Where did that come from? That verse does not say that.
It came from the Quran, which says, "Fight those who do not believe in Allah, and then kill."
Yeah, this is only in the context of war.
Okay, so why does a Christian has to be subjugated to pay a jizya then?
No. So when it comes to jizya, so from my understanding of it, from what I've been taught about it, is that if you are in, for instance, in a Muslim country, and this is back then, I don't know how it works now, but back then, if you were in a Muslim country, you were not obligated to do the certain things that Muslims have to do. They will protect and defend you, and you pay your certain percentage or whatever it is, and it's less than what the Muslims would pay in, or what they're obligated to pay, what they were obligated to pay at the time also. But if they fail to protect you, like if the Muslims fail to protect the people they ruled over, they had to return that money. Whatever money they took in jizya, it had to be returned because they failed in their promise to protect you.
Okay, so what if let's say if
there is more context.
If I'm living,
sorry.
Let me just throw an example out there. Let's say if I'm living in a certain land, right? And then the Muslims, they come to my land and they conquer my land. Why am I? So now I'm obligated to pay jizya so they could protect me. Conquered me, and now I'm obligated to pay for their protection. Why did they even conquer me to start with?
No. The Muslims who conquered you are not supposed to conquer you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Allah does say in the Quran, "Do not be the aggressors, for surely Allah does not like the aggressors." He does say that in the Quran. But if you do have a problem with enforcing, a tax, then you'd have a problem with what Jesus commands in the Old Testament, where when you draw near to a city, fight against it, offer it terms of peace, you have to argue from a moral framework, sir. So I'm bringing them their own moral framework so we can compare them. If we're not comparing them, then what is this? Just a critique of Christians. We're on a Christian panel. Right?
BBN's an atheist and I'm theologically not committed.
I'm talking to the guy who just answered. He's a Christian. Offer it terms of peace. If it responds to you peacefully and opens to you, then all people who are found in it shall do forced labor for you and shall serve you. So you shouldn't have a problem with just
Muslim. Look, those teachings are technically speaking abrogated. How did the Christians?
Was it wrong when God revealed it?
Well, do you know what abrogation is, right?
I know what abrogation is. It's
okay.
In the Quran too,
so now, what is the teachings that we actually follow? That no, we don't. We follow the teachings such as right here, Matthew 5, chapter 5, verse 38. You have heard that it was said, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." But I tell you not to resist evil person. But whoever slaps you on the right cheek, turn the other to him also. So what you're quoting is abrogated, and this is the new teaching that Jesus has implemented. So it's irrelevant what you're saying.
Was it the same exact God who you believe was always all just, or did he become all just and all fair?
Is there an abrogation in Quran? If there's an abrogation in Quran, then what? You're allowed, and the Christianity is not allowed.
Is there? What do you mean by is there an abrogation in the Quran?
When
For what?
when one law ceases to exist and it's been replaced by a better one.
Or it doesn't say law. That just says verse.
Okay, well, verse,
Not
sure, verse.
Mhm.
Okay, so the
That's not
verse,
referring
the
to
verse
laws,
that you said, well, it doesn't refer to law. A verse can refer to anything. A verse can contain
Yeah,
law in it.
that I'm saying that it says verse. It doesn't say laws.
Verse
And
can
if you were to
contain
say
law in it.
it says laws, it's just an assumption.
No, the verse can contain any text in it, from a law, from an advice, from anything.
No, it would be an assumption to say that it's a law.
Okay, so what do you define
It could
verse
just not
as?
be anything. It could just not be anything. Could just not be anything moral. It could be something that is beneficial for the people at the time, and then
Okay,
as
so
people were
what?
getting into Islam, just like how the Quran, there's a hikmah, which is a knowledge behind it, and a lot of people were really addicted to alcohol, so it does it in steps to get rid of alcohol on what's not permissible. That doesn't make alcohol ever permissible to do, but it
Is
just
it a change
abrogates
in the
it with
law?
the wisdom.
Is it a change in the law ruling? Alcohol is
change in
allowed
the
and
ruling,
now is not allowed. Is it a change in the ruling law, or is it just some kind of an advice or some kind of a metaphor?
Well,
It's always been wrong. Alcohol has always been wrong, but it was eased upon the people to
I
not do
know,
it.
I
So
know. Listen, hold
morally,
on a
it
second.
never changed.
You
So
have told me
I have a
verse
question
and
for
a verse and not a law, and you just brought me an abrogation of the law, of the ruling.
No, that one was not abrogated though. That one was just revealed in the Quran like that. So I guess that could be, you could consider it those verses abrogated. You know what I mean?
I have a question though, because
Go ahead,
like
Lee, go ahead.
okay, so the Quran, we confirm the scriptures that came before. We believe in the gospel of Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, and we believe in the Torah that was given to Moses, peace be upon him as well. So I come from an understanding that when it would be the New Testament according to you, and it would change some laws, as you say, from the Old Testament to the New Testament. And then it's my understanding also, so then the Quran does the same thing when it comes to the New Testament as well. It's changing because I haven't read the Bible. Has it ever been permissible, or is there anything in there permissible in there, or saying that inebriation, alcohol is bad in the Old Testament or New Testament?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Drunkenness is not good.
Drunkenness is not good. Alcohol. You're welcome to
Paul
consume
speaks
alcohol
against carousing
as
and
long as you have
drunkenness.
self-control.
Okay, so it's frowned upon, but it's not sinful up until a point. Okay,
Up to
and then the
Muhammad.
Quran makes it an absolute sin.
Yes.
And I wanted to bring, now I got the verse for the atheist that does clearly show that context had to be about just the war. It says, except for those who join people between yourselves in whom is a treaty, or those who come to you with their hearts restraining them from fighting you or fighting their own people. Had Allah willed, He could have given them power over you, and they would have fought you. So if they withdraw from you and do not fight you and offer you peace, then Allah has not made for you a cause against them. So
This
you don't
is
have a reason to
I
fight.
think that's
This is chapter
that's
9.
That's
chapter 9,
No,
right?
you're adding a lot in your own interpretation.
This is the interpretation of the Islamic scholars.
If I only have this chapter,
what are you
from the
saying?
Quran,
My own interpretation.
if I have only this passage from the Quran, and I'm walking around on the street and I find a polytheist, this indicates that I should kill them.
So if I have only verses in the Old Testament, then I should go kill all the men, all the women, and all the children.
Muslim. Why are you deflecting? I'm asking you a very specific question, and you keep saying, "Well, what about this other thing in the Old Testament that's not even related?"
anyone who's gonna go and just have this, first of all,
let me tell you something.
wait.
Anyone who
No, let me
neutrally-
tell you
no,
something. Let me tell you
because
something, bro.
no, because
Go ahead,
you're going to keep talking over me, and you don't hear anything that I'm saying. So I want you to really listen to this, okay? Anyone who hears me asking you a question and then you can't answer the question without bringing up something else that's totally unrelated is going to think that you can't defend yourself at all. I'm giving you this as advice. I promise you, every neutral person who's watching this conversation right now is hearing me ask you a series of questions. And then every time I ask you a difficult question, you deflect to something else that's totally unrelated about the Old Testament or about something else that's totally unrelated, right? That to me means that you can't answer the question, that your only strategy is deflection. And
are you done?
And honestly, just stop doing it. Just answer the question. Just say, I can't answer it, or here's the answer.
Here's the answer.
Okay, go ahead.
In that same chapter, this is the whole context, actually. It's because I told you I'm not an expert in the Quran, so I had to see a little bit more about the context. Verses 1 through 15 declares the end of certain treaties with Arab polytheists who had violated their agreements and discusses fighting those who broke their covenants and initiated hostilities. And then verses 16 to 28 continues addressing the struggle against said hostile groups in Arabia, mentioning the Battle of Hunain, and announces that polytheists would no longer be allowed to approach the sacred mosque.
Okay,
and then,
you're saying
so,
if there's a treaty, then I shouldn't kill a polytheist, right?
No, even if there's not a treaty, that's what it says in the other verse. Just like I said,
give
verses
me
1
the
through
exact
15 declares the end of certain treaties with certain polytheists who had violated their agreements.
Give me a verse that unequivocally says this does not apply in all these other cases. When the sacred months have passed, kill the polytheists wherever you find them. So what is something that contradicts that in that chapter?
In that chapter, you have to see the context of who it's speaking about. Right? Would you agree with that?
In verse 4, you can get the context.
I didn't hear anything in your context. I just say I heard the setting.
The context is talking about the people who violated the agreements.
No, not really. Not really.
Agreements. That's
not
what
really.
speaking of.
Look,
not really.
Look what verse 4. Yeah, let's pull it up. Look what verse 4 said.
Put it on
9 verse 4. Yeah. So except those of mushriks with whom you have a treaty, and they were not deficient in fulfilling the treaty with you. So basically, them both have a treaty, and mushriks are, they're fulfilling it, and did not back up anyone against you. Yes, so fulfill the treaty with them up to their term. See, up to their term. Up to their term is very key here. What is that term? Well, verse 5 actually explains. So when the sacred months expire, what? The term expires.
Verse 5.
Then kill him.
No. I'm reading verse 5 right now. But once the sacred months have passed, kill the polytheists who violated their treaties wherever you find them. That's the clear context.
Where do you see who violated? Where do you see who violated? Where do you see this in verse 5?
Well, let me see. What are you reading?
Here's the problem.
It says in verse 5. So when the sacred months expire, kill them mushriks wherever you find them, and catch them and besiege them and sit in ambush for them, else everywhere. Then if they repent and establish salah and pay zakah, leave their way. So it doesn't speak about the ones who actually went out of the treaty. If I were to continue from verse 4, it says, so fulfill the treaty with them up to their term, up to the term that the treaty will expire. And when it expires, then off with the head.
So I'm reading translation Dr. Mustafa Khattab. That's the one I'm reading. I could read the Arabic too, so I could see, but this one is including in the context, right? So let me just read real quick. This is a discharge from all obligations by Allah and His Messenger to the polytheist. who you have entered treaties with. You polytheists may travel freely throughout the land for 4 months, but know that you will have no escape from Allah, and that Allah will disgrace the disbelievers. So this is once they pass away. Declaration from Allah and His Messenger is made to the people on the day of the greater pilgrimage, that Allah and His Messenger are free of the polytheist. So if you pagans repent, it will be better for you. But if you turn away, then know you will have no escape from Allah. Give good news, O Prophet, to the disbelievers, of a painful punishment. As for the polytheists who have honored every term of their treaty with you, and have not supported an enemy against you, honor your treaty with them until the end of its term.
Aha! So
Until
only the
the time.
polytheists who have met the criteria, right? So
You're supposed to honor a treaty. You're supposed to honor a treaty with them after the treaty is done. That's not how.
Okay. But if tabula rasa, if I'm Muslim and I have this verse in front of me, okay, and I see a polytheist and we don't have any treaty, I should kill them according to this verse. Now, there's two problems. Let me finish. Muslim, let me finish. There's two problems with what you're saying.
Go ahead and finish, and then I'll finish this verse.
We let you talk. We all sat here and we let you talk for a while, and I have let you talk.
I just want to read these two verses right here. But I'll wait till you finish, and then I'll read them after. Go ahead.
Yeah, because you keep talking for like a really long expanse, and as soon as I say something, you say, "Oh, you're interjecting. You're interrupting me." It's got to be both ways. If you don't want me to interrupt you, don't interrupt me.
Okay, just continue.
Quiet. Okay, so
there's two problems with what you're saying. Okay, problem number one is you're reading it. Well, there's three problems actually. Problem number one is you're reading an interpretation that is not in the written word. Okay. Problem number two is there are many Muslims who don't practice with that nuanced interpretation, who do believe that if you are a polytheist, that you ought to die. Many Muslims believe that. So you can say that you don't believe that, but you can't say that Muslims clearly throughout and universally and homogeneously don't believe it. I think other people would just read the neutral reading. To me, the neutral scholarly reading is respect people's lives, have sanctity of life, but if they're a polytheist, then you can kill them. And if they're a Jew, then they're an ape and they're dehumanized, right? That's to me, the neutral reading. Now, there's a third problem with this, right? Which is the fact that we're even having this discussion, right? The Quran is supposed to be a clear book, right? I read like 12 or 15 verses that all say that the Quran is clear and doesn't require any further explanation. So the fact that we have to sit here and have this back and forth about it, to me, is in and of itself an inherent disproof for the argument. Okay, those are the three problems with what you're saying. Go ahead.
Okay, so with the verses you're saying, first of all, I'll take out the who violated their treaties. That's the only thing that's actually not written in the text here, and you could still obviously clearly see it in the text. As for the polytheists who have honored every term of their treaty with you and have not supported an enemy against you, honor your treaty with them until the end of its term. That's just how a treaty is done. Surely Allah loves those who are mindful of Him. But once the sacred months have passed, because you can't kill in the sacred months, kill the polytheist wherever you find them, capture them, besiege them, and lie. So obviously this is saying the ones who have broken their treaties, because this is saying for the ones who honor their treaties. But once the sacred months have passed, who are the ones you can kill if you have to honor your treaties with the ones who fulfill their treaties? It can only be the ones who had broken their treaties. That's just reading the plain text without, there's no interpretation in there. It's just the wording.
I would, okay, so what so the ending of verse 4.
Sorry.
The ending of verse 4.
Let me just read verse 6 real quick.
One more thing,
and if any one of the polytheists asks for your protection, O Prophet, grant it to them so they may hear the word of Allah, and then escort them to a place of safety, for they are a people who have no knowledge.
Serge, can I just add one thing?
Can such polytheists have a treaty with Allah and His Messenger, except those you have made a treaty with at the sacred mosque? So long as they are true to you, be true to them. Indeed, Allah loves those who are mindful of Him.
Muslim, you haven't answered what I said, though.
my
You've
God.
gone off on a totally different tangent. I
Oh
gave
my
you,
God.
I
That's
gave you
just the
3
rest of the.
critiques of what you
Admit
said.
that's the context, please.
You didn't address the other 2 critiques, though.
I told you, I'm just reading. That's not interpretation. I'm literally just reading.
Okay, what were the other 2 critiques that I had? I gave you 3 critiques.
You said that the Quran is fully explained.
Yeah,
Right?
and what was the third one?
What was the third? That was the third one. The
That was not
Quran's
the third
fully.
one.
You're saying that's a contradiction with it being fully explained. If we have to do this explaining,
Okay,
I'm just
there
reading
were
the verses.
3 critiques. There were 3 critiques. You've successfully named 2 of them.
Okay.
What was the third one? What was the one that you
The
haven't
third
done?
one you said was a contradiction that we have to explain it this much.
No, it wasn't it.
Okay, then what was the third one?
I don't know, man. I think I feel like I'm talking to a wall. I mean, I know the answer, but I don't
Oh
feel
my
like
God!
it.
All right,
I
sure.
I mean, I feel like if you're not listening while I'm talking, what's I could repeat it, but this has already happened several times in this conversation that I repeat myself, and you talk about something else that's unrelated, and you bring up something else that's totally irrelevant.
Muslim, I have a question. So verse 4.
And then in verse 10 it says they do not honor the bonds of kinship
That's
or
hilarious.
treaties. I'm saying it's
Go ahead,
talking about
Serge.
the same
Go
people
ahead.
it said to kill. Said
Go
they
ahead,
do not
Serge.
honor the bonds of kinship or treaties. At least say that you
Go ahead, Serge.
concede that. At least say you concede that point, because it clearly says it in the context.
Go ahead, Serge.
Muslims.
That's very clear.
Muslim,
Come on, man.
I have a
Be
question.
honest.
I have
You
an
have
honest
eyes.
question.
You have ears.
Look, so verse 4, the part that I highlighted. So fulfill the treaty with them up to their term. What does that mean? And what happens to them after the term expire? In my plain reading, chapter of verse 5 happens after, the sacred months of the treaty expire.
Can you read verse 6, please?
Okay, so verse 4 ending is fulfill the treaty with them up to their term. Verse 5, and I'll get to 6
every
too.
Every treaty has a term.
Okay,
You
so
don't- like,
when the
that's-
sacred months
yeah.
expire, so I'm guessing this is treaty expire. Kill the
No,
mushriks.
that's wrong. That's wrong, Chris.
Sure.
That's just wrong.
What is sacred months expire then?
I'm saying in Islam you're not allowed to fight in the sacred months. Whether you got a treaty, a broken treaty, whatever.
What is this sacred months then?
Sacred months are months where fighting's not allowed. You're not allowed to fight in the sacred months.
Yeah, probably because of the treaty. And because within
No,
this
it's not
context,
'cause of the
within this
treaty.
context, okay, so
that's
within this
not-
context, if the
no.
treaty is broken, can they fight or they need to wait still? Because it says fight
No, they
fight
still
them.
need to wait in that time. Yeah.
I'm
In that
not
time,
sure.
they still need to wait.
Okay, so
Yeah.
verse 6.
No,
If
in that
any
time, they still need to wait.
one of the mushriks seeks your protection, give them protection until he listens to the word of Allah. Okay, so give them protection until he listens to the word of Allah. So if he decided not to agree with the word of Allah anymore and stop listening to the recitation of Muhammad, then what happens to them? The protection is gone?
This is all just listen to the word of Allah doesn't mean become Muslim. It just means give da'wah. That's
Yes,
all it
yes,
is.
that's
It's like
what
when
I'm
I
saying.
tell you to listen.
Muslim,
That's
if I tell
exactly
you,
what I
if I
said.
tell you listen to, the Muslims would keep the disbelievers in the community for up to 4 months. It says it's literally in this chapter that they're allowed to live in the land. This is a da'wah for them just from being around the righteous people. That's it.
Oh, okay, Muslim.
Like listening to the word of Allah is literally just from being there. You're gonna hear the call to prayer. Unless you don't have ears, you're gonna listen to the word of Allah. That's where you are. It's your location.
At the very least, Muslim, you're being disingenuous because
No, come on, man. Please keep reading.
Muslim,
Please,
let me finish.
Can you please read verse 6 and verse 7? Please, we're talking disingenuous. Please.
Muslim, let me finish.
I beg you, man.
At the very least, you're being disingenuous because you're saying this is neutral and this is clear. And you yourself probably know that Al-Tabari and Ibn Kathir both say that both interpreted this verse very, very differently than what you're interpreting.
They interpreted which verse?
9:5.
Let's see their tafsir.
No, you don't have to see their tafsir. They disagree.
You can't just make baseless claims then.
It's not a baseless claim. I'm saying
what's the
that
evidence?
you're saying, oh, this is very clear, this is very obvious that this is how it should be read. And I'm just saying that that's other Muslim scholars don't agree with what you're saying. Historically,
Bring the
Islam does not
proof.
agree with what you're saying.
Bring the proof.
Al-Tabari, Ibn Kathir.
Okay, let's see.
They both read the verse differently than what you're reading it right now in front of us.
Tafsir Ibn Kathir.
Moreover, the historical context works against you too, because other groups, splinter groups of Islam, have repudiated this verse, and they have been deemed heretical, and they've been expelled and really penalized and really treated quite negatively because of that. I'm talking about the Ahmadiyyan Muslim group, right?
It's a small sect of disbelievers, yeah.
Well, they're a small sect of disbelievers labeled
Yeah.
as such because they interpret these verses peacefully, and they aren't negatively received by the rest of the Islamic community because of that.
Did you see that cult that just happened in Britain? That was them. That crazy cult that happened in the UK, that was them. Their
That's not the
crazy cult
original-
leader. That was
That's not the original Ahmadiyya.
No, that's from the Ahmadiyya movement.
It's from the
So-
Ahmadiyya movement. It's
Yeah,
not
it
the
is.
original Ahmadiyya movement.
Are you the speaker for Ahmadiyya? How do you know that? Man?
Well, how do you know? Are you the speaker?
Yes, I know that's from the Ahmadiyya movement because they go to an Ahmadi mosque.
At the very least,
They go
Muslim.
to an, I'm saying they go to an
I think
Ahmadi
you're being
mosque.
disingenuous
It's just a
because
baseless
you
assumption
know.
to say they're not the real Ahmadis.
I think you're being disingenuous in the fact that you know that it's not as clear as what you're saying. You know it's not clear. You know other people have disagreed with you.
No, I'm
Presenting
I'm
it
looking,
as clear is disingenuous. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Yeah, I'm looking at Ibn Kathir's tafsir.
I guess what he's trying to say and is why is there different tafsir if it's supposed to be clear?
And even on the verses being clear, the verses are clear for what you need in your guidance because this is a clear explanation or a detailed. It just says an explanation of everything, right? That's what it says. If you فصل على كل شيء. It's an explanation of everything. Obviously, it's not a literal explanation of how to make a sandwich and how to make a cheeseburger. You know what I mean?
Anyone who's listening to this conversation can just type into Google, did Ibn Kathir believe in, that in murder in accordance with the Quran 9:5?
Murder is the taking of an innocent life. The people breaking their treaties trying to kill you are not innocent lives.
People breaking treaties deserve to be
Who are
killed.
trying to kill you? Yeah.
See, this is the problem. I believe that
It's just a bunch of rhetoric, brother.
I believe you fundamentally repudiate the sanctity of life.
Brother, you just say that. Clearly, we showed Islam out of all
If you don't believe that life is sacred, I'm not sure that we're brothers, man.
Out of the major religions, Islam has the best sanctity for life.
And
with
deflection.
Go ahead. And with what the guy said earlier about God, taking something out, you still have to accept that God revealed that. This is the God that you believe in. You can't say it's a wrong thing. God revealed it, and it's correct. Cannot be wrong.
Do you understand that's classic begging the question? You're starting with the perspective of God being divine.
What is God? God is obviously divine. What are you?
Well, I mean, you're starting with your pre-existing worldview and your pre-existing belief system being valid. And you're saying if God commands us to do this, then it's a flawless command.
That God can't be wrong.
That's in Islam and Christianity and Judaism and there is a God, but I think if there is one, he's not telling you to kill people.
So he wouldn't tell you to defend yourself.
I don't think he would tell you. I think he would tell you that life is sacred. I think he would say, You should, if you have to take a life to defend yourself, you should only do it if it's absolutely necessary, if there's no other way out of the situation. And I don't think he would be as glib about the taking of life as the Quran is being, in my mind. In
And
my
I
mind,
think
this is
the
a
Quran,
document that repudiates the sanctity of life. It doesn't maintain the sanctity of life. And at
and
best, you could convince me that there is a nuanced personal reading that you have of the Quran that repudiates this specific passage and mitigates its applicability. But
So,
you making that argument is in contradistinction to many other Muslims who don't believe that way, which at the very least to me means that the Quran is not a clear book.
yeah,
so
so this is just a complete assumption though that you're making. Like you're saying the Islamic
Oh
you're
my
saying the
God,
Islamic interpretations of this verse
steps in
are
the
different by the
argumentation.
Islamic scholars, yet you can't even provide like anything from the Islamic scholars.
Ibn
I'm looking
Kathir.
at what Ibn
Ibn
Kathir
Kathir.
says right now.
Ibn Kathir, a simple Google search, Ibn Kathir.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
What are the
BBN, what's going on with you? Oh, go ahead.
Man, chilling. Go on.
what are the okay? So I want to know more about chapter 9. Let's say, what is this? I'm reading verse 2. So move in the land freely for 4 months, and be aware that you can never frustrate Allah, that Allah is going to disgrace the believers. So move in the land for 4 months. Is that the 4 sacred months that verse 5 is talking about?
No,
Uh,
it's just
can I say
four months
something?
is the standard amount of time that they just live there. Hello?
So, yeah, so I don't know anything about, like I said, my understanding of the Quran is very limited as well. And I can see what, Tavo, were you you're the one speaking to Muslim?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of the talking.
Yeah, so I can see what he's trying to say. Like, if you look at it from like an objective point of view and you're taking the verses without context, proper context, because we know as Muslims that the Quran was revealed over a long period of time, and revelation was revealed at certain times for certain reasons, right? So we know like that verse was certain verses were during wartime, certain verses when they were being persecuted. We understand that because we've read we know about the seerah of the prophet, and we know about this, this, and this, and that. But from an outside point of view, if somebody just picks up the Quran and just looks at those verses and they have no context, I see where he can just, you know, say that it's not clear because you need. I don't
Yeah,
want to
well,
sound blasphemous about it not being clear. Obviously, you know, as a Muslim, I believe in the book, but I can see from an outside point of view where it's just hard to take it for face value, certain verses. So, like,
and not to cut you off, brother, but also if you just keep reading, same exact verse. This is same exact chapter, verse 12. But if they break their oaths after making a pledge and attack your faith, then fight the champions of disbelief who never honor their oaths. So perhaps they will desist. Will you not fight those who have broken their oaths, compelled to expel the messenger from Mecca and attacked you first? Do you fear them? Allah is more deserving of your fear if you are true believers. All you have to do is just read. That's it. That's not tafsir. That's not anything.
And
Any Muslim is a retard who reads that without any. And
Hey,
retard might be an
don't say the
offensive
R
term.
word,
My
dude.
bad. I'm sorry.
No slurs.
That was a bad word. My bad. He's an idiot though. If he
Thanks, BBN.
tries to take this, a Muslim is a stupid person if he takes this and then doesn't actually read the whole context of them.
I mean, that's
You know,
interesting
so
because you're saying Ibn Kathir is an idiot.
well, Muslim
Ibn
verse
Kathir doesn't
12
say. Where does Ibn Kathir say fight those who have kept their treaties?
for Muslim verse 12. It's not a physical fight that the mushriks are unleashing against Muhammad.
Where it literally says in verse 13, those who are will
Verse
you not fight
12
those who have broken
defines
their oaths, conspired to expel the messenger from
how
Mecca
How?
and attacked you first.
Verse 12 explains it. How? If they break their oaths after they have made a covenant, how did they break an oath? And speak evil of your faith. So it's not a physical
It-
war that is happening from the side of mushriks. No, Christians are
No.
exposing Muhammad that he's false. And by exposing
mean,
Muhammad that
It's
he's
not gonna
false,
rep-
I mean,
they will
there's
eventually
historical
drive him out of the
evidences for
city.
battles that have taken place. So
yeah,
if you put
it's
religion aside, like, and look at history itself, there is historical evidence of all these battles that took place at the time.
Okay,
So
so
we can't deny that it was just a spiritual war against it. It was an actual war that was going on there over a
wait,
period of
no,
time.
and what he's
according to
saying
this, is
absolutely
spiritual war.
makes no sense at all, because it says break their oaths and attack your faith. They're two different things. He's not going to say attack your faith and attack your faith. No, break their oaths by trying to kick him out of Mecca and kill him, and they insult his faith. And
I
that's
guess
clearly shown by the next verse. Like with anyone
here's
with
my
eyes.
problem. Here's my
there's no
problem.
physical
If I were
fighting here.
if I were writing this book, I would just say, look, life is sacred. You should not kill other people unless you absolutely have to. So if
That
I
is
can
what these
think,
verses are saying.
if I can think of a better way to write this stuff than whoever wrote the book, that to me means it's not divinely inspired.
Better is subjective. That's better to you.
Yeah, it's way better.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, that doesn't
Better
I mean,
for
make sense.
society.
I mean, for if that's a challenge, the Quran itself explicitly says, "I challenge mankind to make a more divine book, a better book." So, like,
Alright.
And the guy's laughing, but what he just said, the Quran does. The Quran is literally saying right there that not to fight those who are honoring their treaties or who are not trying to fight you. And it's literally says those who tried to expel the messenger out of Mecca, which is to kill him, and attacked you first. It's just someone who reads in context. You could write whatever book, but it's
Muslim.
someone
Yeah,
who
yeah,
reads
Muslim.
in
I
context. That's it.
Muslim.
problem
I
is-
read chapter 9 extremely a lot. And one thing that I was trying to figure out if it's an actual physical war, or is it what Christians have been done for centuries, exposing the prophet who is false. And the more the Christian would expose the prophet who is false, the more they would drive the hearts of the citizens of the city away from that dude, and thus
you're saying
driving
that
him
they
out of the city.
spiritually- I'm sorry, but this is like, even the atheist guy has got to admit, this is the most ad hoc thing I ever heard. You're saying spiritually expelled him. It literally says expel.
Yeah.
Spiritually expel him
How?
from Mecca.
Okay, are you?
You
Are you
I have no
spiritually
clue what you
expel
guys are
him,
talking about.
and you're spiritually. It says they spiritually attacked you first.
All right, I
Spiritually
gotta,
attack. Come on, brother.
I gotta
Yes.
take off. But good to
Well,
see you all.
Tavo, it was nice to
See you
talk
Monday,
to you,
Tavo.
as always.
Yeah.
Serge, nice to see you. BBN, nice to see you. Ziggy, nice to see you. Muslim, what's your name, bro?
Exactly.
My name is Wes, and I know we didn't see eye to eye, but I still pray for you, brother, and I wish you the best. I pray that God blesses you. He guides all of us. He grants you goodness, and He opens all of our hearts to the truth. And I'm sorry if I came off disrespectful. Don't take me as a representative of the religion, man. I'm a flawed guy. I got a lot of flaws, so sometimes I can get disrespectful. So there's way better representatives than me. That's for sure. But it was nice talking with you, man.
It was nice talking with all of you. I'll pray for all of you as well. There's no need to pray for me because I am blessed. If there is a God, I am blessed far beyond what I deserve. So, but good to see you all. I live stream every Monday, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So Wes, Ziggy, BBN, of course, already knows this. And Serge, you too. You're welcome to join sometime. I love that. But any of you are welcome to join anytime, Monday, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm happy to talk more with all of you. But really nice to see you all. Serge, thanks for letting me come up and join you. Good to see everybody. All right, everyone have a really lovely evening. And yeah, I'll pray for all of you too. All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah, I would, Muslim, I would really like to break this chapter 9 down, because like, let's say but we can do it some other time, because I want to finish the live stream soon too. But like, one of the points in verse
this
12
is a long conversation, man. Yeah.
is this: would you not fight a people who broke their oaths and conspired. Conspired is planned. So
Yes,
it's not a
exactly.
physical aspect as well. It's planning. Planning can easily be
Planning
done.
what?
It can easily
God.
be done by testifying, by proving that the prophet who claims to be true is actually false.
That's
And
not
then
what
and then over
conspiring
time,
is. That's not
well,
what conspiring is.
that's
I'm sorry,
how.
but the next verse like literally says expelled. That's conspiring to kick him out. They're inspiring to either kill him or remove him from the land.
Not necessarily,
It
or
looks-
just discredit his
Necessarily,
reputation.
yes.
Discredit his reputation to the point where nobody listens to him anymore, and people would give him weird looks that he would have to go.
It's not going to repeat itself twice where it says what was the word, they have broken their oaths, conspired to, it doesn't even say it says conspired to expel the messenger
Yeah, it's not in
and
physical.
attacked you first.
And it was they who started fighting. It's not, look, any who started the fighting. How? By speaking evil of their faith, by exposing the falseness in Muhammad. I actually do not
Where
see
is any of that in the
anything
text?
physical.
Where is any of that? I'm saying you're just making
No,
up things.
no, I'm not. Verse
You're just
12.
farting things out, brother.
No, I'm not. Look, verse 12. If they break their oaths after they have made a covenant and speak evil of your faith. So we see that this war, this fighting, is word-based fighting. It's not physical. I don't see any
that's where you're wrong.
Well, you're gonna have.
This is where I disagree.
We'll need to jump on the live stream in the future and break this down.
I know, but it says, "Will you not fight those who conspired to expel the messenger from
gonna get a few minutes with him
and
before you get out of here.
attacked you first?" Attack. Let's see the Arabic word for. Could see the Arabic word for attack. لا
And please let me know if there is no such a thing as verbal attacks in Arabic or Islam.
But there's historical battles that took place. Undeniable historical facts about the battles that took place. Physical violence. So I can't, like, of course, attacking the faith spiritually, of course, but it's actual physical attacks.
Well, I've read chapter 9 over and over again. Oh, something is going on. I read chapter 9 over and over again, and I did not see any physical aspect. I did see the speaking aspect, but not the physical.
You can do historical research to the battles that's taken place at that place and time.
Yes, and that's where I'm inviting Yuzig and Muslim to break this down, but not today though, because I want to actually end the live stream maybe in the next 10 minutes or so, because it's 11:27 and I have to go. Yeah. If you have questions, just go ahead and throw that at them.
Is he there?
He's here. His connection.
Something
is fine.
weird happened a second ago.
Yeah, his mic was a little giving out.
Serge, you're Christian?
I'm a follower of Jesus. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
we can
You're
hear
there. Cool. Hey,
Okay.
Muslim, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
Alright, cool.
Bibian, before you start, is it gonna be usual like as in last few live streams?
No, I just got a couple questions about.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing. I already know. I'm sure I already know most of the answers to my questions I've been doing for him, but yeah, no, I just got a couple questions.
Mhm.
One of them is from the list, though. Really quick, and I would really prefer you if you could just answer this. What shape is the Earth?
The Earth is round by consensus of Islamic scholars.
Right, but like it's a ball or is it like a disc?
It's a ball.
Cool.
It's a
All
sphere.
right, that's cool. Just wanted to check that really quick before. I just want to know where you stand on that. I've been starting to ask every religious person this question now. Well, anyone really in general, but I mostly talk to religious people. Okay, now really quick. So they always mention how the dude that slept with the kid. What was his name?
Muhammad.
Yeah, and so is that something you accept as true?
So I don't accept that it was a child. I accept that what we define as a child is has changes, from different societies, and especially 1400 years ago in the desert. It's not going to be the same as it is now, and a lot of people do presentism.
So no, I'm saying, so like, do you think the ages were correct? Do you think when they said 6, they meant like the same way we mean 6?
Well, it was 9. It would be at
6
9.
and 9. They like married, like they, what they got, whatever at 6, and then at 9 he consummated, right?
Yeah, 9. So
Right, but do you
uh
think that those are the real ages, or do you think they're off, or?
no, I mean, I will say, there is Muslims who do bring a good argument for her being 19 by doing extrapolation. But me, I'm just honest with the text. There was a hadith where she said she was 9. So it's like they bring good arguments, and I could see the other argument. I could see her being 19. But I'm honest with myself, and I don't bend the knee to what society, to presentism today. So I just grant that she was 9.
Okay, and you're okay with him having sex with a 9-year-old?
Not today, because no woman would be in
No, it
this
was
context
this
of being mature.
9. They would have been the same at 9 as they are
No,
now.
no, I
Yes,
disagree with that.
yes. I don't
Yeah,
care if you disagree. It's not a
yeah,
disagreeable thing.
yeah, and that's because the women at that time in that context,
It
they were
doesn't matter
raised to
what
be
time it
women.
was.
And could you let
It
me
doesn't
finish?
matter. Their biology.
They
No,
were
no,
they
because you're
they
saying
were.
something wrong already.
So then, what do you define as a child?
What do you mean? What do I define as a child?
What's a child? You're saying she was a child. What is that?
9 years old. Yeah, that's a child.
Okay, what tells you that? What is that?
The fact that they're 9.
Is 10 years old a child?
Yes.
Okay, great. So what makes them a child?
The fact that they're 10.
The fact that they're 10. I'm saying, so what makes those children? 9 and 10. What makes those children?
What makes them children?
Yes.
The fact that they're 10 and 9.
Okay, and what makes that a child?
That's what it's classified as, because it's what it
Because
is.
that's what it's classified as, because that's what it is. Who's making
Yes,
these
man. I'm not.
classifications?
Don't be a dummy. Stop being a.
I'm
This is so dumb.
I'm saying you have to be intellectually honest. There's
No,
something called
you have to be
presentism.
not an idiot.
You have
If
to,
you're okay with someone
if
sleeping with
you're
a 9-year-old,
if
I don't have to explain
not
anything to you.
not in this context.
No,
Because
in any there's no
women
context that would make it okay.
women are
No,
not going to be given the responsibilities and
it
treated and
doesn't matter
raised
about
as women
responsibilities.
with
9-year-olds were the same then
lower
as they
life
are now.
expectancy with lower life
Do
expectancy.
you know what
And
lower life expectancy is?
yes, I know what lower life expectancy
Why?
is.
Why was the life expectancy lower?
Because they didn't have as much access for medicine, and people got sick and this and that.
Children died.
Yeah, people died. All kinds of people. Men
Yeah,
died.
no,
Women
but
died.
most
Yeah,
of the people
men
died
died.
while they were children. That's why it was so low.
Yeah, they had a lot more illnesses and diseases. They didn't have as good modern treatments. All this stuff.
Right.
It's many
Yeah.
factors, right? So
Right.
I'm
You know
saying,
why? Because it works the same as it did now, as it did then.
what does that mean? What?
Right. Exactly. What does that mean? It means the same. That means that 9-year-olds are the same now as they were then.
No,
9 years old.
you're saying that a 9-year-old who was raised from
Doesn't matter when they were
very
raised.
young to be a woman and already
She's not
taking
even
on the
gone through puberty
responsibility
yet.
of a woman. And
Responsibility doesn't matter in this
in
context.
Islam, they have to be physically mature and they have to be mentally mature. You're saying that wouldn't make
Doesn't
someone.
matter. Doesn't
wouldn't-
matter how mentally mature they are. They're not to be having sex with adults.
Then what
Or at
makes them
all.
a child? Then what makes them a child?
You keep saying what makes them a child. What do you mean
You
by
you
that?
you say she was a child and you can't even define.
Yeah, because
you
she's
can't even say what that
9.
is.
No, you
can't-
agreed she was 9. That's a
You're just
child.
saying you're just saying an age. You can't even define what that is. What is a child?
A child is someone that's 9.
Okay, what makes that a child?
They're under a certain age.
Well, under what age?
What do you mean? Like, okay, well, if you want to talk about puberty, puberty usually starts around. I mean, it's anywhere. It could start as early as 9, but that's pupescent puberty. But puberty starts anywhere around, I don't know, like 11, 12, 13, somewhere in that area. Then they start becoming more young adults, and then they go through their teens, and then they become teenagers, and then they become adults, technically, legally at the age of 18. But you stop developing sexually and like your puberty usually by about 18, somewhere around 17 to 18.
You stop developing around 25. 24,
No,
25.
you're thinking of the frontal cortex, which is also
Mhm.
not true. We're talking about puberty. We're talking about the Tanner stages. You should probably read about the Tanner stages of development of humans.
She'd already hit her puberty from narration.
No,
from
she
her.
hasn't, because she's 9.
Yeah, no, from her narration, she did.
Well, if she did, she went through what's called pre-pubescent puberty, and that also doesn't make it okay to have sex with her.
Yeah, according to who?
Reality.
Reality. Whose reality?
The reality we
All
live
the,
in, you
this is
piece of shit.
this
Hey,
is.
be
I'm
be
saying
be
you
nice.
all bring. Yeah, you're just bringing a bunch of subjective things.
I'm
So
not
the Uni-
bringing anything
you made the
subjective. You're
United
talking about
States.
making things having sex okay with a
Do
9-year-old. It's not.
do you know
Okay,
that
okay.
do you know that the age of consent in the United States was 7 years old 200 years ago? The age of
I don't
consent in the
care.
UK, the age of
I don't
consent in
care.
the
See, this
UK
is what
was
he was
6
talking about
years
earlier.
old
None of
100
that
years
stuff
ago.
matters. None
The
of that
age of
stuff matters.
consent, the
Guess
age
what?
of
They were
consent in
wrong
the
then.
Philippines.
They were wrong. They're wrong.
Everyone's wrong except for you, right?
No, not
Look
me.
at
No,
all
not
throughout
me.
history. No, look at all throughout history, right? Everyone's wrong
I don't
except the
care
country you
about
live in the
history.
present time, right?
No, no. Yeah,
Right. Just
the
say that.
current time knows the
Uh-huh.
best thing. Yes, the current
Uh-huh.
time knows the best thing. Yes.
Okay,
In the
I
current
have,
time in the
I have
current
a
time,
question.
the age of consent is 16 years old in the UK, and the age
Do
of
you
consent
have
in
a
the
daughter?
Philippines is 14 years old.
I already addressed that point. Do you have a daughter?
No.
Good. Thank
Good.
every God that exists.
I have a question.
Are you Christian, by the way?
Me?
Yeah.
We've already established what I am. I'm an
What are you?
agnostic atheist.
Oh, shout out my blood Gucci, right? So the age of
Who's
consent
that?
in the Philippines is 14 years old.
Yeah, and it's wrong.
Right?
And it's wrong.
Okay. So everyone's wrong according to you, and your
Not according
framework
to me.
is God.
No.
It-
My framework's
okay.
what?
Okay. Can you say it's a wrong thing, objectively wrong?
Yep.
Where can you don't where does that come from? The hell? How can you say it's
Reality.
objectively wrong? Reality?
Yeah.
Brother, how can you say that you're an atheist, right? What
Uh-huh.
objective moral framework are you going by?
Secular humanism.
That's not an secular humanism. Who invented
Yeah.
that? That
I mean,
cannot be changed. That doesn't change what culture.
Yeah, it does.
You're saying
Yeah,
that's
it does.
objective.
Yes, absolutely.
Those are facts, absolute facts.
You asked where I was getting it from. That's where I'm getting it from.
Yeah, that's called subjective.
No, you can use
Those are not
objective.
objective.
You can objective means to come to your reality.
Objective those are not objective morals.
What? Having said them, how can you say that?
Where did God reveal those to you as objective morals?
God.
Guys,
Who
That's
said
not
anything
objective
about God?
morals, brother.
Guys, I'm
That's
gonna
not
I'm gonna
objective
pause
Who
morals.
this.
said anything about God?
Guys,
Because
I'm
those
gonna
are
pause this.
subjective morals that are made by man. I'm saying
No.
you could go and make morals.
I think you mean your morals are subjective too.
We believe morals are objective, as in
You
they
believe
can't.
yeah,
They're
they came from who?
God.
They come from God. Yeah.
Yes,
Is he not a
yeah.
subject?
It's not a subject. It's not about whether it's a subject or not.
Yes, it is. That's exactly what it
it's
means.
not. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
it
It's
is.
about.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
look,
You're
look
really
up-
bad at this,
literally-
by the way.
I'm sorry, but like look up the definition because you got to be a brain dead retard. Oh, I'm sorry, retard's a bad word.
Yeah.
Idiot.
Yeah, it's a slur.
Because-
you really should stop using slurs.
Okay,
Brother,
I'm gonna be. I'll be.
This guy was just
ending-
using a slur, but if you look
I'll
up
be
the
I didn't use a
definition,
slur.
it says
Guys,
I think you're thinking of a cuss.
guys, I muted both of you. I like both of you. I really do, but I'm gonna be ending the live stream. Muslim, let's continue this if you don't mind. Let's
Yeah, I
continue
hope this guy looks up the
Before you,
definition
before
too.
you do, Sturge,
I hope
I
he looks
was-
up
I
the
hope you
definition
don't
of
rape any
objective
9-year-olds.
morals.
Okay.
I hope you look up
Okay.
the definition.
Okay.
I hope you look up the definition of objective
Let's
morality.
shift this a little bit. I thought it's gonna be
Yes.
quick. I thought it's gonna be quick,
please,
but it's
Sturge,
going
I do have a question, not pertaining to that topic.
very
Because
quick
I'm
because
kinda
I
going-
need to end already.
Okay, so you're non-denominational Christian, yes?
I just follow the teachings of Jesus. I don't really care about any denominations.
Yeah, you're not Catholic, Orthodox, or any of that. You're just following Jesus himself, peace be upon him.
Yeah, I just
So,
take the gospel and read it.
Okay, that's my question. So I have a brother who's converting to Catholicism, and he's my brother. I love him. I'm not gonna stop loving him because of whatever he believes. It's just I don't. When he tries to explain the Trinity to me, I don't I know it's gonna be a big subject. I can't grasp the
We'll be here
concept.
for another 3 hours, brother.
It's gonna be a
Yeah,
long one. Ziggy,
I
it's gonna
tried
be a
to
long one.
ask that
That
earlier,
was the
but we got
first
into a
half of the
whole.
whole thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I got
spoke
that
to
big.
Muslim for about what, about an hour and a half on that subject in the beginning of the live stream, and Muslim, it was a blast. I enjoyed it, honestly speaking.
Me too, yeah.
Yeah, let's continue this next time. Every Friday I try to do a Muslim based conversation where Muslims would come to the panel and we would have a conversation.
I can't promise you anything. I'm in Palestine at the moment, so internet is kind of spotty.
Yeah, if you are able to come, but it's mostly on Fridays. But you can come also on Sunday around 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and then on Monday 8:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So like, and if you're in Palestine and you come and you want to talk about the Trinity, even though we'll have a different topic, I'll shut everything down and I'll talk to you about the
I
Trinity.
do appreciate that, man. 'Cause I just want to get a better understanding, of my brother and why he's choosing this
Yeah,
faith.
it's a long one. It's a long one. If you wanna get a very good, I would say, understanding, I went with Muslim back and forth in the beginning of this live stream. So I would recommend you once I'm done. Once we're done, I would recommend you go to the beginning of the live stream, and we actually went back and forth in detail. In detail, he was challenging me, and I was answering. It was pretty cool, actually. It was pretty fun. So I would
Okay, I'll
recommend
definitely
you
do
to
that.
watch that, and I think from that you will understand the perspective of a Christian, and well, you already know the perspective of a Muslim. So
Yeah.
okay,
Okay, I
That's so
appreciate
good.
that.
yeah, it's just I'm sorry, I do have to go, but guys, it was a blast as always. So I do appreciate Muslim. It's the first time we're speaking, but I like to talk to you. I like that we can have a nice back and forth. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I felt like you kept it respectful. So yeah, no, it was a nice conversation.
Yeah. Well, I'll see you guys in the future, okay? I'll be dropping all of you guys. So it was nice
Take
talking
care.
to you guys. Yeah. Have a good one.
Yeah, take care.
Okay, so this was fun as always, and Jesus is God. There was a in detail conversation between me and Muslim or Wesley, for probably about an hour and a half in the beginning of this live stream, and it was pretty fun. And we went as deep as we probably were able to go in the time given. So if you want to know more about our conversation in the beginning, I highly recommend you just to start from the beginning of this conversation. And just wanted to remind you again, like the live stream, subscribe to the channel. Why like? Well, because I think this is a good conversation that we had, and more people should be exposed to such conversations. Why subscribe to the channel? So that we could talk again in the future. I mean, you'll get a notification if you enable it. You'll get a notification the next time I'm going live, and hop on. Let's talk. And thank you again for everybody. It's fun. It's better that we talk than we have war. Okay. Physical battle is by far better than I'm sorry, spiritual battle is by far better than a physical one. I'm sorry, in the beginning I said it the wrong way. And also, this is what the Christians do. Do we fight wars physically? No. Jesus taught us to love our enemies. And look what also Paul has expounded on 6:12. Ephesians 6:12. This is how the Christians are actually fighting the wars. 6:12. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against the spiritual hosts, and the rulers of the darkness of this age, against the deception. That's how Christians fight. Christians have the truth, and since they have the truth, well, they got the ultimate weapon. So we just, use that ultimate weapon and fight against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against the spiritual hosts. So let me bring the other right here. This is what I'm reading so that you'll know. Against the spiritual hosts of the wickedness in heavenly places. So right here, verse. So Ephesians 6:12. This is how Christians wage wars. By speaking. By revealing what the truth is. By also, when we reveal what the truth is, yep, deception comes to the light and people understand what is deception. And I truly believe that Quran chapter 9 actually talks about what the type of war that the Christians had against Muhammad is Ephesians 6:12. I haven't seen any physical aspect of that fighting. I've seen, I believe, 2 or 3 verses where it talks about speaking, not physical fight. From the Christian side. From the Muhammad side, yeah, it's very clear. It's a physical fight. But from the Christian side, sorry. So that's why I would want to break down Quran chapter 9 a bit more. Maybe I'm lost somewhere. And if I am, let's break it down. Show it to me. But I've read it over and over again. Quran chapter 9 from verse 1 through 29. I believe it's through 29. I read it the most. Of what I've read in Quran, that part I read the most because I wanted to be sure what type of war is it. If I'm wrong, if it's a physical war, I'd like to break it down with you. So I do invite you next Friday, in a week, next Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Let's break it down. Okay? But thank you so much for participating. Thank you so much for watching. And this conversation, Muslim, I appreciate the conversation. We spoke for about 4.5 hours. You were on a panel for 4.5 hours. It was fun. God bless you. And God bless Tavo as well. And God bless BBN. And God bless Zig as well. And everybody else who wanted to join the panel. But I didn't bring them to the panel because I wanted to end the live stream soon. So that's why. So thank you so much again for tuning in. Thank you so much for participating. Do like, subscribe. God bless you. And until next time, as always, go with God. Why? Because He is so, so, so good.